already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Rabia.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally know one opening that's the easiest
Because it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up theory.
complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that. So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but nation to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me, come here. Wait, help me. Another draw. I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
Our last game is over.
I know.
It's not gonna be long.
El Manito.
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the radar going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris.
Already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Baguette? But burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
You got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, because another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
I know.
El Manito.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through?
Welcome to round 8 out of 9, the penultimate round of this tournament. We are in Reykjavik. We're following the Botez sisters, and they're both having good tournaments so far. In fact, Alexandra's been doing so well that today she's facing her 4th international master of the tournament, which is pretty spectacular. So looking forward to that. Also, when we look at the colors, we can see that Alexandra, who has been doing very well with black, we're using her trusted French defense. She is playing black today again, and she is playing an opponent who exclusively plays the king pawn to start. So we're going to see another French for Alexandra. And then I don't know what opening Andrea is going to have. Of course, this is very difficult to predict. There are so many choices in chess, so many options. I'm not coaching her, so I don't have any inside information. Otherwise, I would of course be able to make a prediction. So yeah, completely unknown what Andrea's gonna do with the white pieces. Maybe we should have like a prediction in chat. Can we do that? Can we have a prediction? What opening will Andrea play? For the heck of it, let's just say that maybe she goes with a queen pawn 2 steps and then her queenside knight out. And then those can be the options for the poll. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just, speculating here. Yeah, no. So we know what openings we're going to see. So Andrea will play the Jabava London. She's going to play these moves in some order. And Alexandra is going to play her trusted French. So yeah, I'm feeling good about this. Looking forward to the games. We can see that no players have arrived just yet. Alexandra has been there to set up her camera, which is good. And Andrea is late. Yesterday, after the game, Andrea told us that she was actually on time for the round, but she also revealed that she had a plan with Dina to get there 30 minutes ahead of the game. So apparently that's what's needed to be on time. Planning to be there 30 minutes ahead. And clearly today she did not have that plan. We're clapping. Yes, someone has maybe done something nice. Someone may have won something. Someone may have, I don't know. Plenty of reasons for why we clap right before the start of the game. We can't hear it, but there are announcements before the start of the round for every tournament. What opening does Andrea play? Oh my god, 100 people are betting 120,000 coins on channel points on Andrea playing something other than the Jabava. Okay, let's put a couple of 100,000 on the Jabava. This is like free channel points. Okay, pre-game handshake, and we're off. That was it. We started. Let's just crop this a little bit. Today's opponent is from Scotland. Stephen Mannion, 2,166, which is frankly within the range of players that Alexandra has beaten plenty of times before. But he is an international master, the 4th international master Alexandra plays in this tournament. And he starts with pawn to e4. He always does that. For his first 3 moves, Steven just does the same thing over and over, but then he kind of switches it around on move 4, 5, 6. So he's super predictable in the start, and then he becomes less predictable as the game goes on. Alexandra has played her French defense, and her opponent has played the knight to d2. I thought these moves were going to pop up, but I'll have to do them myself. So knight to d2, this is what he always plays. This is no surprise whatsoever. And now Alexandra has to decide on her next move. Normally, she plays the pawn to c5, but we were not completely happy with the positions she was getting after this move. So today we're speculating trying a different move. And we're going to go bishop to e7. which is honestly one of the weirdest moves you can think of in this position. There are like some general rules in terms of knights before bishops is a trusted one, because it's more obvious where you want to put your knights than where you want to put your bishops. So very often you develop your knights first and then the bishop. Also, moving this bishop out, the bishop is pointing towards the edge of the board. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, but let me explain why this is actually kind of clever. In the variation with knight to f6, white can go e5, push the knight back, and then white can essentially either go f4 and be very aggressive with this pawn, and then develop the knight, or there are some variations here where you can use your knights in a way where this knight goes to the e2 square, so that if black tries to take this pawn, you can have both the knights protecting the pawn in the center of the board. However, and this is why this third move Alexandra just did is so interesting. After bishop to e7, the best move for white is to go knight f3. But if you go knight f3 now, you've committed yourself. You no longer can do the double knight protection of the d4 pawn, and you can no longer push this pawn up to be involved in the fight for the center of the pawn. So essentially what we're trying to do is we're trying to play a useful move, wait for white to go knight f3, and then we kind of return back to the normal way of playing. And Alexandra has never played this move before, and as such her opponent is taking some time to think, because he wasn't expecting this to happen. Where's Andrea? Good question. In the void? I mean, I hope that's not the case, but what we do know is that she's not here. How late are you allowed to be? If you're more than 1 hour late, you forfeit. Forfeit? I swear I knew how to pronounce that previously, but since you guys corrected me last time, it got in my head. Forfeit. You lose. Yes, thank you. Sometimes when you mess up your words in a foreign language, you just choose a different word. It's probably the best way of doing it. Alexandra's opponent goes bishop to d3. And now the move is pawn to c5. And Alexandra swore to me she was sending me messages at 2 a.m. last night. And she swore to me like that she had been doing so much studying in the opening and that she was so familiar with all the lines. So surely she's not going to mess up move 4. That being said, she did tell me that her main study had gone into this knight to f3 move. So yeah, let's hope she made sure to check out the other variations as well. Did Alexandra study castling? She did. I'm feeling good about the prospect of Alexandra castling today. Andrea is in the house. Let's go. And she messes up the prep on move 4. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you get so focused. So Alexandra was telling me that she had some concerns in the variation with knight to f3. And sometimes you get so focused on the things you're not sure about, and then you end up not really studying kind of the earlier things, right? And in this opening, there are some nuances, and you have to know some move orders. But yeah. Knight f3. Wow, gets a question mark even. That's harsh. Knight f3 gets a question mark, and then knight f3 from the other guy. Wow. This is incredible. The guy makes... Wow. So the reason for why Alexandra's move here is not great, that's because, well, now you can go back to this e5, and then you have the liberty of pushing this pawn or going into these lines, which are considered quite good for white. Having both knights give protection in towards the center. So this is kind of the line we were trying to avoid, but this is what Alexandra's move kind of steps right into. She went into the line that we were trying to avoid for black. But her opponent basically doesn't think at all, plays knight f3 super quick, and now Alexandra is back into the variation she prepared for the game. This is great news. She's back in prep. Move 4, out of prep. Move 5, back in prep. Let's go. All part of the plan? Yeah, sure. And now she gets to get back into, so pawn to e5, attacks the knight has to step back and then pawn up. And this is the line that she was studying all night instead of sleeping. And had she slept instead, maybe she would have, you know, noticed the move orders or the nuances of the position. But it doesn't matter because now she's getting back into it anyway. Good news. Great news. Okay, Andrea goes pawn to d4. How are people feeling about the prediction? If Andrea's next move is knight to c3 or bishop f4 followed by knight to c3, I make a lot of channel points. 222,000 channel point gamble. That's my gamble. I'm not sure how much you guys gambled. Gamble in quotation marks? Fair enough, strong mint. I agree. It probably is just free money. Okay, in the meantime, Alexandra's opponent does play into Alexandra's preparation, but at the same time, it must be said that this part of the preparation is what Alexandra spent so much time on because she felt it was dangerous for black. So even though Alexandra is in her main prep, the reason she spends so much time on it is because she's kind of afraid of this. Oh my god, her opponent played e6. Oh my god, there's a chance Andrea goes e4 or c4. No, there's not, right? e6. That is scary. There's a lot of channel points being nervous right now. I will accept bishop f4 followed by knight c3. That is still a Jabava. But if she plays bishop f4 followed by e3, the channel points, goodbye. If she plays 2e4, channel points also goodbye. If she plays 2c4, Goodbye channel points. Can the non-believers... Oh, yeah, so everyone with a 2. Everyone with the 2 number next to their name in chat is about to 20 times their channel points. Maybe. Oh my god, there's so many... I was about to call you guys idiots, but if you get this, then... There's so many people believing that Andrea will do something other than the Jabava London. And somehow they might get rewarded. We believe in her? I mean, voting against Andrea playing the Jabava, I'm not sure if that's believing in her. Okay, I actually have a story about Alexandra's position right now. I wanted Alexandra to go pawn to g5 here and launch an attack against the white king. And Alexandra has overruled me after studying the lines and said, no, I don't like this. Your idea was bad, and I'm gonna play something I prepared instead. I actually got overruled by Alexandra in chess today. I'm not feeling great about it, if I'm honest. Did the engine like your line? No. I mean, actually, pawn to g5 is the top move of the chess.com engine right now. But Alexandra plays a5 instead. She said she studied this, and she also got some advice from another grandmaster and decided this is a better move. Yeah. I thought it was only Andrea who just gave me such a hard time. I thought the one thing that I had respect for was chess knowledge, but every time Andrea goes, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, I'm like, I'm pretty good at this game. And at least I thought Alexandra respected my chess ability, but apparently that's not the case. I've been overruled on a chess assessment. What are you gonna do? Andrea goes knight c3. Okay. Wait. We're not gonna pay out just yet. Not gonna pay out just yet. She needs to go bishop to f4 next move before we pay out. Because if her opponent goes d5, it could still be a French. So the bishop has to land on the f4 square for the gambit to go in. 2f5? Yeah, 2f5 and we're losing. f5, the best move by far is to go e4. And then that's gonna be the non-Jabava people winning the channel points. All the number 2s in chat hoping for a Dutch right now. Yeah, I know, Sepper. I'll call it when I'm accepting it as a Jabava or not. Elmer is Dutch. Oh, ooh, that is true. Elmer van Veendaal, whose parents apparently had a mission to include as many vowels as possible in a name. He is Dutch. He might play the Dutch. And against this f5 move, e4 is super good for white, and that is not a Jabava. Nerves in chat, still there. The drama, the channel points drama. Hammer's Dutch pronunciation Was it bad? I just know that a V at the start of a word is pronounced as an F. I have no idea what to do with all the vowels. Gotta balance out the Czech people that hate vowels. Fair enough. Why do they think so much after just a few moves? I have no idea. And I'm realizing... do we have space here? He went d5. Okay. Everyone, we're saved. If bishop f4, this is a Jabava. If pawn to e4, this is a French. But Andrea goes bishop f4. What a shocker. No one saw that coming. We got a little bit of a nerve-wracking path there. But it's time to pay out. The Jabava London has been played by Andrea Botez. Yet again. Wow. I got 40,000 channel points off that. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who hasn't been watching the streams and doesn't know that Andrea plays the same opening every single white game. How much did you put in? 222,000. And 222. I just, I went crazy on my 2 key. Can you explain Alexandra's ideas? So essentially what Alexandra is doing is this pawn to a5 is a waiting move. She's waiting for her opponent to go rook to e1 because she believes that after rook to e1, the g5 move will be better? No. Oh, apparently after rook e1, you can take, and then g5. Ah, because now if knight to b3 to defend this pawn, you can actually chase the knight. Ah, so this a5 move is not, as dumb as it looks, because it can actually move up and help stop this white knight from protecting the pawn on d4. Essentially, what Alexandra is trying to do is she's trying to win this d4 pawn. That's the short story. And then white is gonna, in some cases, be able to have their knights pointing in towards this pawn, but then we're moving this pawn up to chase this knight out of its protection, and then we're gonna move this pawn up to chase this guy away. There are some points here, and I spoke to Alexandra before the game, and she was feeling quite optimistic. Rook e1 is played, and frankly, computer is not super happy with this move. And computer says that with the best play, black will now win a pawn. So takes, and then pawn g5. And computer likes black. No, now it likes white. Apparently the recommended move is pawn to h3 to try and stop the pawn, but then you just move another pawn up. And then you get this attack, and then if trade, it opens up with the rook in towards the white king. Okay, Engine can't really decide whether this is good for black or good for white, but Alexandra is in her prep, and her opponent spent some time thinking about this rook e1 move. So one thing I will say about this is that it's a lot more dangerous for white than it looks. Takes. Oh, and she didn't go g5. I kind of like g5. She went queen b6 instead. Okay, well, I mean, she's just taking the pawn. There's no way for white to defend this pawn. Because now if knight to b3 trying to give protection here, then the pawn is actually already there to kick the knight back. I mean, if Alexandra trusted my ability to prepare her for her games, and she played the line I recommended, then I would know what the heck is going on. But she went rogue and stayed up late last night figuring out an alternate way of dealing with this position. And yeah, apparently it's working pretty well because she's about to win a pawn. But it also means that I don't really know what's going on. Can you comment on the benefits of learning one opening really well, as opposed to having multiple openings at Andreas' level? I think it's a very good question. I definitely see the benefit of playing one opening that you know very well. I think in many regards, it's underrated. You can also tell that Alexandra, from playing the French every black game, like she knows the French so well, and it served her really, really, really good. So I do think there's something to be said for just sticking with one opening you know very well. However, I kind of hope in Andreas. I just wish she had a better opening, because the Jabava is breaking a lot of general principles of chess. And if you're only gonna have like one opening that you play over and over, I would want it to be a bit more based on general opening principles. Because what Andrea is doing right now, and it's working brilliantly, so from a results perspective, it's great. But from like a chess improvement perspective, I kind of dislike that her opening is based pretty much a lot on memorization and knowing what to do in the different circumstances, instead of being able to rely on general opening principles. And the reason she can't rely on general principles like put your pawns in the center and get your pieces out is because she already kind of violated them when she moved her knight out. She's unable to get this pawn pointing in towards the center of the board. And that means that oftentimes we see her, making these attacks on the king's side before completing her development, because that's what you're supposed to do. And you're supposed to do that because the position requires something a bit extraordinary, because if you just continue playing normal moves, just developing your pieces, then you're gonna be worse in the long run because you haven't fought for central control in the best way you can. I'm studying the London at the moment. Well, the London is a bit better, Mikey, because the London is more about central control. The problem with the Jabava version of the London, it prioritizes development, kind of, but it just completely stops this pawn on c2 from participating in the fight in the center. And what can happen and what did happen, for instance, the game Andrea had against the Icelandic guy a couple of rounds ago, the computer said she was dead lost after like 10 moves because she had no control in the center, because her opponent had played c5 and had pressure in towards the middle. And basically what had happened was some version of these pawns being traded off, so that black just had 2 pawns in the middle versus white's 1. And then you have to play in a very concrete manner. You can't really rely on general rules of thumb. Is the Italian a good opening because it relies on the principles? Yes. Italian is nice starting out. Scotch 4 knights is maybe the most kind of easiest to understand opening when you're starting out with the white pieces. Makes a ton of sense. Italian is fine. Spanish is fine. Just, get the bishop out, get your king castled, protect your pawns. Try to gradually... The thing about the Spanish opening is that very often you develop your queenside knight in quite a strange way. So, I mean, at your level, I would probably say 4 knight Scotch is the best. No tracksuit today? There is no tracksuit today, but I do want to... Ooh, question mark. Wow, white played queen a4, which was in fact the only way to keep this pawn defended. But now after h5, exclamation point, and Alexandra is still in her preparation. Computer feels that this is already a very good position for black. And I'm going to be hearing about this for such a long time, aren't I? Oh yeah, no, I went pawn to a5. No, I just made a decision that was a better thing to do for this game. And like, I got a big advantage after 11 moves. I'm happy for her, but I'm also upset about what this means for my career. Now I'm gonna be the guy who got... I don't know what I am. I used to coach world champions. When I tell you you should play this, I'm used to people just playing that. And she goes, no, I'm going to do something else that I cooked up on my own. Checking lines with the computer. I literally got obsolete in this one game. I will say this though, I was the one who suggested bishop to e7 on move 3. So I still gave her like the 7 first moves before she improved on my prep. Also the g5 idea, I did tell her about the g5 idea. She just felt that her way was a better way of implementing it. Which is kind of turning out to be true. Hammer replaced by Ol. At least I still got my commentary gig. I may be losing the coaching job, but at least I still got the commentary gig. Because Alexandra might beat an IM this game. That would, in that case, be... If actually... Oh my god. Am I going to jinx her now? If Alexandra wins this game, she's going to be playing for a Norm tomorrow. Like, for real. This is a big game. IM Lords are her specialty. Beating IMs as black in the French. We've seen it before at this same tournament. She can beat 16-year-old IMs with the black pieces. And apparently she can also beat 60-year-olds. She doesn't discriminate as long as sixes are involved. What is a norm? Who is norm? All good question. A norm is not a person, although that would be funny. A norm is the name of a thing, which the name makes absolutely no sense to me, so I can't really explain it. It's named that for whatever reason, and that's just how it is. But I'll tell you what it is. And then the name being weird, you're just gonna have to live with. So a norm is a star performance. Basically, in order to get the Grandmaster title, you need to have a certain rating. You have to have a rating threshold, a minimum level, before they will give you the greatest honor. But you also have to do 3 Grandmaster level performances. And one such Grandmaster level performance is called a GM norm. I don't make the names. I just know, how it works. So in Alexandra's case, she's not looking at the GM norm, but she is looking at the WIM norm. But the principle is the same. In order to get that title, you need to have a certain rating, and you need to have 3 Women's International Master performances, or WIM norms. And if she wins this game, she will be in the running for one of those performances, because she had such a good tournament. Is she already a WFM? Yes. So WIM would be like the next level for her. What is the rating? 2,200. So she's not super close to the rating, but it's still it's very good to start your norms. Norm Ali completed achievements. It really isn't that weird of a term. Seriously, norm is short for normally completed achievement? That is the most ridiculous thing I've heard. And you think that isn't really that weird of a term? Sure, English is not my first language, but can I get some native English speakers who thinks that's an acceptable abbreviation? It's weird, says Ted, and Ted has a really English name. Will also says it's weird. That's a very, very English name as well. We're definitely believing you people are English speakers. Norm is used in German as well. It's used in Norwegian. Well, actually, in Norwegian, it's called napp, which is also ridiculous. Because napp is like what you get when the fish bites on your like it makes no sense. A norm is a standard. Yeah, that's what I thought it was about. Like it's an achievement that follows a standard that has been made. I don't know. What about getting an NM title? NM titles are not real. NM is not a title that is licensed with the World Chess Federation. And Americans thinking that NM is a thing. Oh my god, he just played another question mark move. The eval bar is saying Alexandra is completely winning right now. Oh my god, and the reasoning for why is actually kind of sick. Pawn to g4 attacks the knight moves, and then queen to c7, and you might be trapping the queen. Because if white does like some move, then knight to b6 attacks the queen, and then the bishop comes out to attack the queen again. And the queen is kind of trapped. Oh, wow. We played for 30 minutes so far, and Alexandra is completely winning against a higher rated opponent. Oh my god, is she still in her prep? Did she study this ahead of the game? She already played g4. Okay, to be fair, that was kind of obvious. But still. Ooh, and also queen b4 is also good. Because after queen b4, if you go for the trade, then now you're attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves back, the knight is trapped. The knight has nowhere to go. The developments here are just happening so fast. But queen to b4 or queen to c7, both of these are being evaluated by the computer as super good for black. Oh my god, she played queen c7 so quick. She's still in her prep. Oh my freaking god, she's still in her prep. There's no way she would play queen c7 that fast if she didn't already know it. Queen c7 isn't that obvious. This is huge. And now what could happen is bishop f1 trying to make an escape path for the queen. Knight to b6 attacks queen. Queen moves. Bishop comes in attacking against the queen. And if the queen then moves back, pawn to a4 actually traps the knight again. Because if the knight moves forward, then knight comes in, attacks the queen, and eliminates the defender of the knight. Oh my. Oh my. She's about to beat an IM in an hour. Green star for queen c7. Oh my god, and the guy is panicking. Knight to c5 played. At least he realized how big of trouble he was in. So now he's basically just trying to play quick. Okay, it's time to think. Alexandra, it's time to take a little break and think about this. Okay, engine now says bishop takes knight is game over. And it's important to take with a bishop because then after the trade, you're attacking both the queen and the bishop, which means the queen is not able to capture along the fourth rank. And here, because of this threat against both the queen and the bishop, you have to go with the queen back to defend the bishop. Takes bishop, queen takes back. And now knight b4. Knight b4 attacks the queen moves back, and then we get a fork. We get a fork. She's about to win a rook right now. Well, rook for a knight, but still. Oh my god, and she didn't really think about it, but she played the right move again. She's making me very nervous with her quick moves, but she's playing all the right moves. Oh my god, she's beating this guy in an hour. Bishop takes, pawn takes back, she took with a knight. He has to move so that he's protecting the bishop. There's not really a choice here. I can't believe that she chose to avoid my prep and then wins in an hour with the black pieces against an IM. My ego is taking a massive dent from this. Fired? I'm not even fired. I'm just not hired again. Turns out she didn't need me. At least if I was fired, it would be not because I'm bad at my job, but because I did something, you know, inappropriate or whatever. Called Andrea better than her. Was too negative. You know, I can be very negative, right? But it doesn't make me bad at chess. I would understand getting fired for just not being supportive enough. That sounds like a very me kind of thing to have happen. But just not getting hired again because Alexandra can do my job as well, if not better, that's a real kick in the teeth. Andrea did something. We don't really care about Andrea right now. Alexandra is about to destroy this 2166 rated player with the black pieces, putting herself in a position to make her first international women's master norm. Oh, Papa Bota says it would be her second norm? She already has one? Okay, well, in that case, I'm just trying to hype things up. It's a lot more hype if it's her first than if it's like happened before, no big deal. That's bad storytelling right there. I hate it when the facts interrupt a good story. Without castling, damn it. You're right. It's gonna happen without castling again. Alexandra playing the French and not castling. Name a better duo. Can he move queen to c2? I mean, he can move queen to c2, but I mean, we can still capture the bishop and then go for the fork. Doesn't really change anything in that regard. It's actually just game over. Like, her dark squares are super weak. So, like, you could imagine if, like, a bishop could come in here. But the problem is, if the knight goes here to protect the rook, the knight is even getting kicked back. You don't have to take the rook, you can try and take the knight instead. So the computer is saying by far the best move here is... Ooh, knight b1 is interesting. Knight b1. And then after queen c4, black gets a queen trade up a rook. But if here you take the rook, then you could land yourself in some trouble with the white pieces preventing castling. The king is weak. There's so many dark squares that you don't have under control. But yeah, even this, it's kind of difficult to see her messing this up. Wow, it's probably game over. Okay, Queen A3 was played, I think. We've had a trade, knight for bishop, and then knight to b4. What is going through Mr. Mannion's head right now? I guess he realizes that he just walked into some heavy preparation. But when you have a 200-point lower rated player demolish you with the black pieces and you just don't stand a chance, Kramnik would find that very interesting. And the thing is, Alexandra has been playing the computer move every move so far. So far, she's like 100%. Okay, for some reason, the computer is giving Alexandra a 96 accuracy. But that's nonsense. Because she literally played the computer's top choice for every single move. Because she's still in her preparation. She looked at this with a computer before the game. That's why she's playing all the computer moves. Queen to e2 on the board, and now knight to c2 is the fork. This is wild. So far, she spent 4 minutes. She started out with an hour and 30. And she's now on an hour and 26 with a completely winning position. Complete madness. Rook to b1. That was the best move. And then you take and take back. Okay, now she needs to calm down though. Okay, one of the computer's top choices here is castling, which is kind of wild. This guy is mad now. Well, the thing is, Alexandra has absolutely horrendous dark squares. All her important pawns are on the light squares, and so is her bishop. So right now she has no pieces that are going to be able to compete for control of the dark squares on the board. So even though she's up a rook and a pawn in trade for a knight, which is an incredibly big advantage, she needs to not take it for granted that she's going to win this. And she needs to show some caution, some respect for the dark squared control that white does have. That being said, like, for this queen to even get involved in an attack against the black king, it's going to take some time. Okay, here's my new favorite move being suggested by the computer. Pawn to f6. And this really addresses everything I've been saying. Pawn to f6, and if pawn takes, then pawn e5. And then you get your pawns controlling the dark squares, and you open up for your bishop. Oh, but apparently this is... Okay, apparently this is not obviously winning for black. Yeah, and I wouldn't take it for granted that Alexandra is going to win just yet, but what a way to start the game. What's the top engine move? Top engine move is queen to c2. Is that a Danish flag on Andrea's sweater? The disrespect? The disrespect of me or the disrespect of Iceland? Okay, in Andrea's game, the computer wanted her to go pawn to e4. But instead she went knight to e5. I guess she's doing this because she wants to attack with her pawns against the black king. Basically, she's saying, okay, you're going to castle over here and I'm going to go bananas. At least that's the way I know Andrea. So she's postponing her own castling because she wants to have the option of starting an attack, probably. In fact, pawn to g4 was one of the computer's recommended moves here. That's interesting. And then if takes, the rook comes in and you pressure the knight. And if the knight moves, you start capturing in towards the black king. Yeah, maybe she didn't even need to move her knight up before launching her attack. Bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-N-A. B bananas. Yeah, I'm banned from singing. I forgot. Also, I'm revealing my age. When you're going with the 2002 Gwen Stefani's. That's saying something about you. Who? Oh, cute dragon. Oh, don't do me like that. Is Alexandra cooking? She's done cooking. Now she's just watching over the simmering food, making sure nothing gets burnt. But the cooking part of the game has gone very well. How certain are we? 90%? I would say maybe 70% she's going to win. 75%. I do think the position is a lot more difficult than the computer makes it out to be. But also the computer kind of makes it out to be the easiest thing in the world. At the very least, there's a good chance of winning. She did Queen C2. Okay. That is 20 computer moves in 20 moves in the game and 20 computer moves from Alexandra. Alexandra the Engine Botez. Can you be suspected of cheating for that? I mean, you could. But the thing here is that it was quite obvious that she had studied this line with a computer ahead of time. So, like, there's quite a logical reason for why she's only playing computer moves. Also, she messed up the move order on move 3. So, yeah. She already did make... I say she played all computer moves, but that's because actually I forgot the way we got here. Because what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to play c5 and then you go knight f3. Knight f6. This is how you're supposed to play it. But she went here first, which got a question mark. And the computer actually said that if queen g4 here, white is almost winning. Yeah, 19 computer moves out of 20. Just a strategic messing up the nuances of the position to make sure everyone knows that, yeah, she's very good with the stuff she prepares. Actually, we had a talk about this a couple of days ago, and I told her that you need to pay more attention to the early deviations rather than trying to learn everything 20 moves down. Because if you mess up early on, what you studied isn't going to make a difference anyway. And then here she did mess up early on with the nuances, but she also got back into her preparation afterwards and then just annihilates the guy with her with the computer line she spent so much time on. Andrea looked over and is shocked. Andrea is smiling at her sister's position right now. Turns out chess is a lot easier than she thought. Can someone explain the Kramnik typing thing? So Kramnik is a former chess world champion who in the last 5 months has gotten a new hobby. And his new hobby is just accusing everyone of cheating. And he accuses people of cheating using Twitter. So when people in chat says Kramnik is typing, it means that he's typing a new tweet to make a new accusation without much foundation, which has become his MO. So was he right sometimes? I'm sure he's been right, but because he's been wrong at least 50 times, whenever he is right, no one pays any attention to it. Like, number one, he doesn't have any proof. So knowing whether he's right or not, we don't know. We don't know is the truth. And then some of the people he accused, I would guess, has cheated. But being accused by Kramnik has become kind of like a badge of honor. And being accused, it no longer gives people, like, at this point, people think that whoever is being accused by Kramnik probably didn't do it because Kramnik will accuse everyone. But then it comes back to the old adage that even a broken clock is right twice a day, right? So probably Kramnik has been right about something, but as long as he makes his accusations with terrible proof, horrible use of statistics, and so on and so forth. The boy who cried wolf. Thank you, Avatar. That's a good fable story to compare it to. Can you explain Mannion's rook move? Well, basically, the queen was attacking the rook. And in order to get the rook out, you need to move the bishop. But in order to move the bishop, you need to move the knight. But in order to move the knight, you need to have someone else or protect the rook. So you go rook a1 so that the knight can move. And after the knight moves, then you can move the bishop. Is rook a6 followed by rook c6 an idea? It's intriguing. No, apparently not. Well, also, yeah. Yeah, no. You would need to execute it with some nuance, and even then, I'm not sure. Computer suggesting bishop to d7. And then after the knight moves, Alexandra can go queen e4. And then either white has to agree to a queen trade. And if he doesn't agree to the queen trade, then she's going to be able to capture the pawn in the middle, which will make her position a lot safer. So basically just developing pieces here would be good. Wow, and she plays it. This is becoming a bit suspicious, Alexandra. You may want to choose something other than the perfect move at some point. She's played 21 moves and 20 of them has been perfect. And she's playing so quickly as well. Incredible play. Bishop d2 is obvious. It's reasonably obvious. Don't distract me from my drama creation. That's why I'm paid the big bucks. Okay, Andrea has captured the pawn on c5. Once again, computer feels like Andrea's position is definitely worse after 8 moves with the white pieces. And her white score has been fantastic. But the reason I'm highlighting this is just because of what I said earlier, which is I don't mind Andrea playing the same opening over and over. I just mind that it's the Jabava London. Because if you play like you cannot follow general chess principles and think you're gonna get a good position. Right here, Andrea's position would be good if she had this pawn putting pressure in towards black center. But because this pawn is not participating in the game, because it's being blocked by the white knight, then once again black has that 2 pawns versus 1 in the center of the board. And that's why the computer feels black has the advantage here. So the Jabava London requires a lot more memorization because your ideas are so concrete. You cannot trust general principles. And I feel like this game so far has been an illustration of that. I'll move the Coinbase logo a bit. It's just that Reykjavik is a lot more sunny than we were expecting. I'll put it up here, actually. We'll make it a bit bigger since we're sorry we didn't promote them enough to begin with. Speaking of promotions, if you guys haven't seen already, check out my fancy little Botez sweater. Here are some other people in that Botez sweater. The sisters, flanked by 2 of their fans. This sweater, together with the chessboard and the chess pieces, are available in the merch shop. The link is in the chat right now. Wow, is this true? On the shop website, they photoshopped the left guy out of the picture. Oh, Aryan. Poor Aryan. They kept Magnus in it. Oh. That is some businesswoman kind of happenings right there. She actually castled? Wrong sister. Wrong sister. This is Andrea's board. Alexandra is over here with all these arrows. This is the uncastling sister. Ruthless businesswoman. For some reason, I was trying to remember the word. Ruthless businesswoman kind of jam. Photoshopping Aryan out of the picture. How does one uncastle? I said uncastling as in not castling. Yeah, I guess that's not how the language works. Was that Photoshop Magnus? No. I mean, I don't think Alexandra has Princess Kate's photoshopping skills. It would be more obvious if everyone wasn't sitting in the same place. Now that I brought up the topic, how crazy do you have to be thinking that the public will believe that one of the most important people in the royal family does her own editing of photos? Like, the whole Princess Kate thing has been, you know, just crazy. But like, you're actively encouraging the conspiracy theories when you make such a bad excuse. She said she did? No, someone entered her social media account and said she did. Who here believes that Magnus is posting his own stuff on social media? Like, how deluded? Me? Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I mean, Magnus posts some stuff, but most of it is just other PR people. Do you control the Botez Twitter accounts? Oh, I wish I did. There would be a lot more chess content. More chess puzzles. Interesting chess decisions, stuff like that. Do you like A4 on Alexandra's board? A4 is fine, but Queen E4 is the move we're kind of expecting. Wanting to trade queens when you're up material. Your opponent doesn't want to trade queens, but if he doesn't, then you win a pawn in the middle. So I'm expecting something like this. And then Alexandra has 2 pawns and a rook for a knight. Looking kind of promising. Queen c3 protects the pawn. Well, queen c3 is just worse because then you allow the black rook to get into play. And then if the queen tries to take the pawn, then I think this move would be quite problematic because you can't take the pawn because of checkmate. Yeah, queen e4 is just a good trying to trade kind of move. Centralizing move also. The queen is the most powerful piece, and your best pieces showcase their ability from the most central squares. I don't think Alexandra wants to trade queens. You're wrong, Cornell. When you have basically the only hope white has in this position is trying to exploit the fact that the black king has no safe place on the board. If the king goes here when we're kind of lacking, if the pawn was down here, then Alexandra would castle and she would keep the queens on and she would win the game. But because this pawn is so far advanced, her king cannot be safe over here. It's definitely not going to be safe over here. And so the king is the massive problem in black's position. But the king is also way safer after a trade of queens. So if you could get the queen trade, that automatically makes your king safe. And then you fix the biggest issue you have in the position. How did that pawn end up on g4? So there was a white knight here. Actually, it was this guy. But this guy was over here. And when it was here, it was protecting a pawn in the middle. And we pushed this pawn up to chase the knight away so that we could capture the pawn in the middle. And, well, that worked out pretty well. Are they allowed to listen to music while playing? No. But Andrea is not wearing music playing equipment. She's wearing something that tries to limit the surrounding noise. I'm not going to say that word, people. Is it loud in this hole or mostly quiet? It's mostly quiet. So in a chess venue, you're gonna have quite a bit of people coughing, and then you'll have some ambient noise in terms of people just walking around. You can't do that entirely quietly. But like, there's not going to be anyone talking or anything like that. One thing is that the Harpa venue, like it's like 30 meters floor to roof. So and it's just basically one big room for the entire thing. There's not a lot of walls splitting the rooms. So maybe that makes it a bit noisier. Need carpet flooring? You'll have to talk to their interior decorators. A3 played on Andrea's board. Yeah. Once again, we haven't spent a lot of time on Andrea, but there's a good reason. Because it's so exciting what's happening on Alexandra's board. And during the tournament in Prague, we did have a couple of instances where we didn't really care about Alexandra's board because Andrea's was so exciting. What I will say is that the computer feels black is a bit better, and it has to do with black having 2 pawns in the center while white only has 1. But interestingly, computer doesn't want black to trade the knight for the bishop, because if you make this trade, you allow the white pawn to come in towards the middle, and suddenly we have a 2 versus 2 situation with the pawns in the middle. So that's interesting. Okay, Alexandra has played pawn to a4. That might get a question mark, not the recommended move. But after knight to d4, queen to e4, she is... Ooh, yeah, no, here's one of the problems with this pawn to a4 move. So with this move, Alexandra has taken the only pawn she had on a dark square and she put it on a light square. So basically now every single pawn is controlling light squares, as is the black bishop. So the number of weak dark squares in the position just increased yet again. And after knight to d4, the immediate problem here is that after queen to e4 offering the queen trade, then queen to b4, the queen gains access to a square where it couldn't go previously. And then after queen takes pawn on e5, computer says that after bishop d2, despite black having an overwhelming material advantage, Engine says this is actually quite unclear, because white is about to get their rook pointing in towards the black king. The king cannot go to castle queenside because, well, you have no pawns defending your king over here, so that could be highly problematic. And you cannot castle to the king's side because the white queen is controlling one of the squares that the king would need to go past to get over there. So yeah, this is quite a scary position for Alexandra. So yeah, definitely not sure she's gonna win it. And well, I already said that, but the thing is, this position, it's kind of like a win it or lose it situation. So if she doesn't win, the chances of it being a draw aren't actually that great. If she doesn't win, she's probably going to lose due to her complete lack of control on the dark squares and the problems with her king safety. You actually said she already won? I literally said I thought there was a 70% chance that she was going to win. That is a direct quote. And if you think 70% and 100% is the same thing, that's a you problem. Did you not say 75? I said 70, maybe 75. I mean, I'm saving the VODs on my computer, people. I have proof. You said she destroyed a master in less than half an hour? Well, I mean, she did destroy him. But, you know, that's the thing about playing against good chess players. You try and knock them in the head, and they kind of just pop back up. They're kind of like Wile E. Coyote in that way. Always ready for another try. Alexandra didn't castle again, and that's why we're still not sure if she's going to win. But yeah, if she was going to play queen e4 anyway, she should have done it here. So by playing pawn to a4, she chased her opponent's knight to a better square and gave the opponent access to a square which he otherwise couldn't have used. So a4 was a mistake, a step in the wrong direction. Will he really sack the pawn though? Oh, he doesn't have a choice because he needs to avoid the queen trade. But interestingly, Engine says if Alexandra, instead of going to e4, plays queen d3, similar way of attacking the knight, the only difference is the queen cannot move up because of the back rank checkmate. If she goes queen d3 and then castles, then computer is saying she's doing just fine. So, yeah, she needs to not go queen e4, but she did. And now, after queen b4, she cannot get castled. This is going to be a bit nerve-wracking. And after queen to b4, yeah, I mean, obviously she's going to take the pawn. How bad could this be? Like, she's up 2 pawns and a rook for a knight. Computer is giving her less than -1 advantage. So normally, when you're up a rook and 2 pawns for a knight, normally you would think that should be a +4. So when the computer says -4, -1, it basically means that your opponent has a ridiculous amount of compensation. In this position, I would assume she goes rook c8. That looks very normal. Rook e1 would definitely be played. And if she moves the queen back, yeah, the thing is, it's kind of dangerous with this rook pointing down, the queen pointing in, and then the knight kind of doing the finishing touches, sneaking its way in. That's going to be a problem. Queen trying to trade, and then just the queen steps over, and you get the bishop in here and the queen in there. Yeah, no. Alexandra's position is very, very dangerous. And he does play queen b4. Both have to play perfect or their position falls apart. That is true, Michael. But the thing about it is that white's moves are completely obvious. Like, first you move the queen up here. You have the queen preventing black from castling. Then you move the bishop up here so that you can support the rook coming in, pointing down towards the black king. So, like, well, basically any chess position, but this one in particular, because of the inherent danger, any chess position technically requires the players to play super accurately, right? But that's why it matters a great deal whether your plan is obvious or stuff like that. And here white's plan is like he can play super quick. And Alexandra, if she makes one misstep from non-obvious moves, then she's just going to lose the game. So that white e-pawn is kind of poisoned. I mean, taking the pawn definitely has some disadvantages in how it allows the white rook to point down on the black king. But if you don't take the pawn, if you go like rook c8 here immediately, trying to activate your rook, then bishop g5, and the kind of the cross attack on the dark squares from the queen and bishop leads to an immediate checkmate. So the good thing for Alexandra about capturing this pawn is that for the first time in the game, she's going to have some dark squared control. So taking the pawn makes a lot of sense in terms of the queen controlling here, here, and here, which are three of the most vulnerable dark squares in the black position. You got to give this guy credit for keep fighting. I mean, I'm not sure that you do. Because why wouldn't you keep fighting? He's doing the only sensible thing. And right now it looks like he's going to be rewarded for it. But I think your comment is based on a reading of computer valuations. And I think a big discussion that we have had in chess for a long time is how the computers becoming as strong as they have makes people think that chess is easy. And it's really, really not. Top players make it look easy. But in practical play, Alexandra's position was never obvious for how she was going to win because she had a lot of drawbacks to her situation. Why is it dark squares but black pieces? Good question. I do it on purpose because I want to differentiate between the squares and the pieces. I could call this a black square, but then I feel like that could be confused with the black pieces. And honestly, also, like if I were to choose like a purple, where are the purple ones? Like if I switch, calling the squares black here would be a bit strange. So I think it's also about the pieces are always kind of, we're used to calling them white black, even though they're more like yellow brown, but that's kind of out of habit. And then where's this is the one I prefer, I think. No, it's not. It is? No, that's not the one I like. Man, you made me change my settings, and now I'm not sure how to go back. Damn it. What are my settings? Walnut. Ah, no, this is right. It just looks different because we were in a variation. Okay, queen takes e5 gets a question mark. But frankly, all the last moves have been inaccuracies. So 3 moves in a row, Alexandra kind of lost the thread. It's not necessarily, well, I feel like she doesn't necessarily understand the danger. Or the importance of getting castled. On move 24, though, for those who pay attention to the Botez castling arc. G3, however, this was a mistake from the opponent. So I feel like he should have played bishop to d2 to try and get this rook pointing down on the black king as quickly as possible. But when he goes g3 instead, it means we get one more move where we can kind of try to come up with something before this rook wreaks havoc on our situation. So rook c8 now feels pretty obvious. Oh darn, even b3 is quite good for white, because you can try to get the bishop on the diagonal. Oh, and this diagonal, that's kind of scary. Wow, b3 is a wild move. Why can you not play b3 here? Because then you open up for the rook. So you wait until I move the rook, and then you try to get the bishop out, because if you get the bishop out here, I can just sack. Yeah, okay, g3 was probably a little bit inaccurate from Alexandra's opponent, but it's still a super, super dangerous position. Extreme danger for the black king, who hasn't gotten castled. Is it 2 games tomorrow? No, tomorrow is the final game of the tournament. But because organizers often want to allow people to go home after the tournament has ended, the tradition is that the final round starts in the morning so that people can catch afternoon flights home. And that means tomorrow's round will start at 11 a.m. local time, which is noon Central European. And I'm very sorry to say that it's 6 a.m. No, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Eastern. That's not too bad. Could have been worse. And then Pacific, that's another matter, but that's what you get for living on the nice sunny coast. Is the West Coast considered more sunny? I guess it's not, because of Florida. West Coast equals best coast. That's what I say, Cheeto. I saw a tweet this morning, which was some German guy talking about the new building for the Berkeley Chess Club, which did seem kind of random, but I was very interested in it because apparently the Berkeley Chess School has gotten a donation or something, and they're building like a chess club building or something from that donation. And there was like really cool photos of what the architects envisioned. But what caught my eye about it was that Hans Niemann was mentioned, because it said the Berkeley Chess School, where Hans Niemann played as a youngster, is getting an upgraded building. And honestly, I thought Hans lived in San Francisco. I'm not sure Hans has anything to do with the Berkeley Chess School at all. But do you know the second most famous Berkeley Chess School alum? If I'm right that Hans is not from there, and if I'm wrong, then I'm number 3. I mean, this person is number 3. Kramnik? No. Hammer! I played my first chess tournaments in the US when my family was living there. So the Berkeley Chess School was a major part of my very early chess education. I was a hopeful 10-year-old, 9-year-old actually, with a sweet 950 USCF rating. And during that year, I climbed from 950 to 1,050. Big year for me. Also from the Berkeley Chess School is Sam Shanklin. But he's younger than me. So there was a time in which I was the biggest thing to ever happen to the Berkeley Chess School. Christopher Yu too. Yeah, well, I'm still better than him, I think. Let me check his latest ratings. Christopher actually beat me in one of the online tournaments recently. Yeah, no, I'm still ahead of him for the time being. We'd love to have you back in Berkeley. I've been back a couple of times. I've been back like 3-4 times. I've stayed at Sam's place, and yeah, we have some mutual friends in Berkeley and stuff. Why didn't Mannion take on b7? Because he's a clever dude. Number one, if you take on b7 here, you're checkmated instantly. So that's not good. But even if you kind of have the option to do so afterwards, it would be a very bad move. Because if you take on b7, you allow the king to castle, and then it's game over. So basically, white's queen, the super important thing about this is that the queen controls the f8 square. And the rule is the king is not allowed to castle through a check. So if the square the king is on, the king has to pass, or the king has to land on. If any of these squares are covered by the opponent, you're not allowed to castle. And the same applies in the opposite direction. So this queen is making sure that Alexandra cannot evacuate the king from the center. And that is the reason we're so concerned about her position right now. Why can't she castle right? Well, she can castle right. It's just that there are no pawns over here. There's nothing to protect her king. So if she castles here, the bishop will come up, attack the queen. The queen will have to step back, and then, yeah, there's just too many things pointing down on this king, causing an immediate checkmate. So you're allowed to castle to the queen side. You just shouldn't. I've seen a lot of people mention the move f6, and I do appreciate the idea in trying to get the king to basically escape from the dangerous area. But one concern is that the bishop will come out to attack the queen, and then the rook will come in. And something like this could be very scary. Like, both of black's rooks are completely out of play. So even though black is in theory up on material, it doesn't really feel that way because all the white pieces are like in the center of the action, involved in what's going on, whereas the black rooks so far just not participating at all. But one variation that is being suggested by the computer is this rook to c8, bishop up attacks the queen steps back. And now if rook to e1, which has been the primary concern in all the other variations we looked at, then rook to c4 is a nice attack both on the queen and the knight in the center. So in this position, the best move for white is knight to b5, trying to get the knight in here and attack the king. However, then at least we're able to make an important trade. And then we can try and run away with our king. And it's not super easy still, because after rook e1, we cannot move the king up because the bishop catches both the king and the queen on the same diagonal. But this feels more manageable than many of the other variations we've seen. Something like queen back. Okay, and somehow our king still gets kind of stuck. But at least here, probably we shouldn't get checkmated. It's still a dangerous position for black, but we could survive something like that. Can't you castle out of a check? No. If your king is in check, you're not allowed to castle. How has the time management been today? Andrea is somehow equal with her opponent on the clock. I have no idea how that happened. And then Alexandra had a huge time advantage out of the opening because she hit her preparation. And she had a winning position with like 30 minutes extra on the clock after 40 minutes. But since then, she's made a couple of inaccuracies in a row. And she's also spending a lot of time trying to figure out how to save her king. So Alexandra is suddenly a bit behind on the clock. Clocks are accurate today. Yeah, Vortex. Oh my, I just realized I haven't had any tea today. I'm gonna have to fix that. In the meantime, we'll do some promotion for the sweater. In fact, the sweater I'm also wearing today, repping the Botez merch and the Botez signature. Let's go. But while I'm not here to rep the merch, we're gonna leave you with Mr. Carlson and the Botez sisters, plus some guy they cropped out of the merch website. Okay, did I miss anything? What is your go-to tea? I'm varying. My go-to is Lady Grey. And then my second choice, which is the one I'm doing today, is the 4 red fruits. And my third choice is Earl Grey. Old Twinnings. Why tea though? Are you British? No. You know, I just promised my mom not to do drugs. Tea has caffeine, just like coffee. Not as much. More actually? Is that true? I'm gonna Google that. Caffeine. Caffeine is a drug that stimulates your brain and nervous system. Caffeine is found in many drinks, such as coffee, tea, soft drinks, and energy drinks. Where does it say amount? Caffeine amount. Here. Check the chart. Coffee, 96 milligrams. Espresso, 64 milligrams. Brewed black tea, 47. Oh gosh. Okay, Mom, I have a confession. Tea is only half the amount compared to coffee. I thought it was less. And the thing is, when I start drinking tea, I don't have just 1 cup. I have a lot more than that. Okay, apparently. I made Mom a promise, but I haven't been keeping up with it. We got moves though. Alexandra played Queen to G7. That was not on the top 3 list from the engine. Should be okay, could be okay. So what is she planning? After bishop f4, she's probably planning to go f6. And then go e5. So the good news is that if her opponent plays the obvious moves, her plan is going to work and she's going to win the game. The bad news is that if her opponent here finds knight to f5, that's game over. The knight can be captured, the rook comes in, check on the king. If the king goes to the left, your queen is lost. And not only is your queen lost, you're also going to lose the bishop afterwards, which is kind of important. And if you instead go in the opposite direction, then queen in and checkmate. So, if Alexandra now plays f6, it's game over. And she's gonna play f6. That's kind of sad. She played 20 out of 21 of the first 21 moves. She played 20 completely perfectly. But now she's made 5 inaccuracies in a row. And that's more than her position can handle. Oh wow, look at this variation by the computer. If you go e5 first, then there's no knight to f5 trick, because then the bishop controls that square. But the pawn can still be captured, because if queen takes, then you lose your queen. But here, after bishop takes, you can go pawn to f6. And now computer's saying the best move is bishop to b8, which is the craziest thing I have seen. Okay, that's not entirely true, but it's pretty crazy. But like, there's no chance she's playing e5. She's gonna play f6. It's the only thing that makes sense. Oh no. How about queen to f8? Queen to f8 doesn't work because then the bishop comes in. And it's just complete disaster. Okay. No snide remarks about castling. I need to start preparing for the post-game talk. Do not mention the C word. Stephen with a handkerchief? What can I say? He's a proper British gentleman. Except when it comes to treating the opponents with respect, where he is just a vicious beast, punishing the lack of castling. Look at Andrea's clock. We're used to her being low on time. Nothing new. Scottish, not British? It's the same thing. Are you Scottish yourself, Nick? Did you not notice that you lost the independence vote? Not the same? What kind of delusional people are you? You had a referendum and you decided not to leave the UK. And now you have the audacity to say that it's not the same? You gotta make up your mind. Now, why the Scottish didn't vote for their own independence, that is beyond me, but you didn't, and now you gotta live with the consequences. Right now, the consequence is I get to call the Scottish guy British. I voted yes, and Steven probably did too, says Nick. Sorry. Democracy. If you want to live in an authoritarian state, you're gonna have to move to the US instead. But if you're choosing to live in a democracy, you gotta respect the democratic way. That woke people up. Authoritarian is a stretch. I don't know. I'm reading stories about the what do you call it? Gerrymandering. I'm every gerrymandering story is just shocks me. And I'm also following the there's this account I started following that tracks the trades of the representatives in the US House. And the amount of money US politicians make in the stock market is very suspicious. Either these people are the greatest traders in the world, and the fact that trader and traitor is pronounced the same way is surprisingly useful in this instance. But yeah. Nancy Pelosi is the best investor in history. She's made some good trades, I've noticed. She's killing it in the stock market. It's curious how the professional traders can barely follow the index, and then the politicians are making bank. I guess she's just very talented. Or her husband is very talented. I read that her husband is an investment banker, but still. Okay, we gotta stop the US Scottish politic talk, because Andrea just spent 37 minutes on a move that got a double question mark. Wow. That's not good. Queen to c7 attacks the knight. The knight has only one place to go. Pawn to e5 attacks the bishop. And then pawn to e4 is a fork. And Alexandra is about to make a double question mark as well, because I think Alexandra is going to play this move f6. Alexandra is going to play f6, and that's going to be a double question mark as well. Oh, God. A double Botez, double question mark. Those are the unfortunate realities right now, Vince. Not the greatest 5 minutes of chess right now. The vibes are taking a hit. Elmer won't find the fork. We have a believer. It is a 3-move fork, but it's not the most difficult of moves. Would rook to a6 be a good move? Rook to a6 loses a rook. Rook to a6, queen takes pawn. Rook is trapped. Oh, wow. But then she can castle and computer's saying this is equal. At this point, yeah, I don't know if I've stressed this enough, but at this point in Alexandra's game, if she can make a draw, that would be a success now. She's in massive trouble. What about rook c8 trying to go to c4? That is the computer top choice. So that would be a variation that could save her. But I think her plan is pawn to f6. And pawn to f6, knight f5, white wins with a sacrifice to open up in the center. The fact that Alexandra has spent so much time thinking right now, it could be that she spotted the problem with pawn to f6 and is looking for alternatives. That would be very good news. But in bad news, queen c7 is on the board. Why is it blue? I don't know. Why is the good move green? Why is the brilliant move purple? Why is the bad move red? Purple? Is it not? Oh God, are you saying that the brilliant is teal and that's a different thing? Turquoise? It's not my fault. The girls play so few brilliant moves that I don't get them on my screen often enough to remember the color. Who knows what teal is? Actually, there are some teal gloves on RuneScape. So I've recently been exposed to that color and that name. Hammer, old school enjoyer. Hammer is an old school streamer. And general old school everything. Is b4 okay for Andrea? No, because if b4, the knight can move over here. So Andrea could have tried b4 here, and then if takes, knight takes, and she's okay. But the knight would move out to the edge, so that the knight would still, this guy would have a problem still. But I don't know. Maybe it would be better than what she did. Does Andrea even realize that e5 is a thing? Oh man, this is gonna be a tough day. If both games are decided by just unnecessary blunders. She played knight f3 so quickly? Yeah. It makes me think that she's about to get a shock when the pawn moves forward. What happens if she plays castles and the opponent doesn't see? Can the arbiter correct it? That's a good question. I don't think so. I mean, the arbiter can correct it if he sees it happen live. But if they continue playing 5 moves and then the opponent says, oh, you made an illegal move, I would think the arbiter is not allowed to say, oh yeah, no, you couldn't castle in that instance, we have to go back. I think then the game just progresses with castling. The thing is, if you do try to castle here and your opponent catches you and says you're not allowed to do that, castling counts as a king move. And so if you make a king move and it's illegal, then you have to move your king. And here, the only place the king can go is to the side. And yeah, then it's game over. So you can't really... Well, you can try and bluff castling, but it only makes sense to do when you're already dead lost. If there's an illegal move, the arbiter can revert the game before the illegal move. Really? That sounds kind of weird to me. Like, if you play on for 2 hours, you would postpone the entire tournament for so long. Do you keep the clock times? I don't know. That seems like a very inconvenient rule. Imagine you're about to get checkmated and you say, oh no, actually, you made an illegal move earlier. You basically get a free roll trying to win the game with the illegal move, and then you can change your mind and point it out. Elmer found the fork? Yeah, but Elmer was always going to find the fork. What did Alexandra do? That's the interesting part. She played rook c8. Good move. Best move. Trap avoided. I thought she was going to go pawn to f6, but that was a losing move. Rook to c8 was the best move. And now, if rook to e1, then rook to c4 is a double attack on the queen and on the knight. So one of the most important things about this move is that we've prevented the opponent from continuing pointing pieces down on our king. And Engine says that knight to b5 is the best move here. But after knight to b5, we're going to be very happy because now there's absolutely no chance we lose. Because like, even if the queen comes in and starts attacking us, we can, worst case, we can always just go for a draw. Like something like this, and the rook just gets attacked. We can always get away with a rook. In fact, Engine says that we can even win because we can sacrifice and then take here and then create space. No. And then go here and get the king out. Yeah, wow. Even if the opponent gets a rook and a pawn for a bishop, Alexandra is still favored to win here because she had so much material to start with. So it's all about just getting the king away. And so knight b5 may be the best move according to Engine, But from a practical point of view, I don't think it's very good. Because it means then white has no chance of winning anymore. Yeah, and that's what Mannion thought as well. So he's not going to go knight b5 because it makes black's position much easier to play. And instead pawn to b3 is clever because it controls the c4 square and avoids getting hit by this rook move. Although, maybe we can make this rook move anyway? Because after pawn takes, the queen is no longer protecting the knight. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it would be nice to get some trades. But apparently here, this is quite good for white. Because we can't castle because we lose our bishop. Very interesting position still in Alexandra's game. H5. I find this H5 move quite intriguing. Because I'm basically wondering if there's some circumstance down the line where we can basically get this pawn to H3. Okay, so here white wins because the knight gets involved with some threats and we cannot take the knight because of the rook pointing on the king. But let me live in a fairy tale world for a little bit. And after this H4 move, let's do rook up to E3. And then I'm going to show you a really cool idea. After rook to E3, okay, you can give this check. But what I wanted to show is that you can go queen takes. Oh God. Queen takes knight. And then if queen takes back, because we move this pawn up, we have this checkmate. But apparently, instead of taking the queen, white can sacrifice the rook, check on the king, and control this square. Which means that in this case, we don't have the checkmate because the bishop is defending. Okay, yeah, no, position is still very complicated. Still very complicated. And f6 is still a losing move against knight f5. That's not great. She dodged the bullet 1 move, but now she needs to dodge the f6 move once again. So that's why one of the main moves the computer is suggesting is queen to g6. Because then you make sure that the knight cannot move to this f5 square. And you also make space for potentially getting your king out. And then you go h5. And basically what the computer is saying is that white has optimized the positioning of all their pieces, but you don't actually have a follow-up here. And so the computer keeps suggesting this move knight to b5, but that makes life so much easier for black because after the trade, we do manage to get the king out of trouble. So it turns out, if Alexandra just remains calm and plays her queen to g6, white is actually unable to make any more threats against the black position. And if the queen starts capturing pawns, I was going to say, then we can do this. But apparently this is good for white. Then we can go queen d3, taking control of this square, making sure that the knight cannot move forward. Oh, and if the queen returns, then we go queen c3, and we get a trade of queens. Yeah, okay. You can't really rely on any sort of logic in this position. You just got to go with a brute force calculation. And that's actually becoming a bit of a problem for Alexandra because she doesn't have that much time left for the calculations. On her previous moves, she's just spent a boatload of time. And she's running out of it. So Alexandra is going to have to make some quick decisions in this next phase. And she just has an enormous amount of pressure towards her king. And the right answer here is apparently to just sit still and hope for the best, which is easier said than done. Can Andrea go for bishop trade? Andrea is just game over. I'm just gonna focus on Alexandra because frankly, Andrea would probably appreciate that the less we talk about her performance this game, the better. Sag, yeah, it's very sad, but it's also true. Can you tell Andrea not to spend 30 minutes on a move? I mean, she doesn't want to do it. But sometimes you get stuck. I spent more than 30 minutes on a move when I played last weekend. It happens. You don't want to do it, but you kind of... Yeah. Do you call Mama Hammer Mammer? No, I do not. I call my parents by their first names. Is that weird? Yes? Okay. Andrea is sacrificing her bishop. And she's getting a check on the opponent. But she also loses a piece. And she doesn't get rid of the central control Black has. If you were going to give away a piece, probably it would be better giving Black an isolated pawn in the center. But to be fair, neither choice really inspired a lot of confidence. Alexandra has moved, and she hasn't played f6. Let's go. She played h5. That's the move we were talking about. Great move. That was the computer top choice after making a lot of inaccuracies in a row. Alexandra's back. And frankly, now it's not going to be too easy for Mannion. Because after rook e1, queen to g6 looks pretty obvious, right? She cannot go here because of the bishop. She can go here, but that looks... Ugh. And she needs to stop this knight. I think queen g6, basically obvious. And if we get to this position, This is really good for Alexandra because the decision white has to make here is super difficult. You have so many different ways of trying to improve your attack. But the reason this position is difficult for white is because you've already done all the obvious moves. You got your rook pointing down on the black king. You got your queen making sure that the king cannot castle. You put your bishop in the most active position possible, and you have your knight in the center. The irony of perfecting your position is that it becomes more difficult to find the next step because it becomes about maneuvering instead of just putting a badly placed piece on a good square. Stuff happened, Peltzy. A lot happened. But we're feeling optimistic again for the first time in a while. From your best position, you can only get worse. Yeah, kind of like that, Fremont. Okay, I'm liking this. We still need her to go queen g6, but I don't see any alternative. What move is it in Alexandra's game? They're on move 27. Alexandra needs to make an additional 13 moves to get more time. So yeah, she's in genuine time trouble, in a very tricky position. Stop worrying, they're both gonna win. Bruce, are you new to chess? I'm sorry for being blunt, but the thing is, I tell my mom, when my mom doesn't really know a lot of chess, so what I've told her is that you can look at the clocks. The person with the most time is normally the one feeling the most comfortable. So being up on time is an indicator that you're doing well. And things she has mastered is counting the pieces. And here, Andrea's opponent has 4 of the little ones, the knights and the bishops, minor pieces we call them. And Andrea has 3. And Andrea is losing no matter what, unfortunately. Wow. G-South is flexing 69,420 points. That is wild. Did you make some money gambling today, sir? Because so did I. White bar so small. Yeah. Andrea is losing on time. And she has no control in the center of the board. Today may be the day I suggest she stop playing the Jabava. Was it really a gamble though? Fair enough, Mateus. Why waste your time suggesting that? It's never gonna happen. Yeah, I guess you're right. Ah, Alexandra. She went queen h7. Please don't make... That's not on the top 3 list. Oh, man. Is it on h7 or is it on g6? It's definitely on h7. She played that immediately? Well, she had to play it quickly because she's very low on time. But yeah, that's a bit sad. She had such a good start. She's going to be somewhat upset about how this whole thing unfolded. Why is it such a bad move? Because of bishop to g5. So basically the queen gave up control on these 2 squares, which the computer feels is a bit of an issue. Bishop to g5 threatens checkmate. And she just doesn't have a good response against that. If he doesn't see bishop g5, is it equal? Computer is saying even pawn to h4 is good for white. So I'm gonna venture a guess that maybe no. But yeah, bishop g5, somehow getting the bishop to attack a checkmate is the only... I think it's the only winning plan that the computer is pointing out. f6 and rook f8, yeah. So after bishop to g5, she can go f6. Because that opens up for the queen towards the e7 square. But when you go f6, you no longer have this pawn protected, which allows knight takes e6. And then you open up for this rook to attack the king. The king can move up. And here, apparently, queen to d6 is the only winning move. There's some vague hope, but it's not looking great. You missed the bishop e5 idea. I didn't miss it. I chose not to talk about it because it's the same move, essentially, as bishop g5. The only reason bishop e5 is being suggested is because you can then try and give this checkmate threat. So it's essentially the same. That's very unfortunate. Hammer, you have to take Alexandra to the beach and have her practice building castles. That would be a funny YouTube video. I'm not sure it's quite the content Alexandra is looking for at the moment, but my coach sent me to the beach to make sandcastles as a reminder to castle in chess. Okay, that was... The title started good, and then I showcased why I'm not a YouTuber. But... something like that. What was the reason to go queen h7? So Alexandra wants to go, basically, if pawn takes over here, Alexandra wants to go h4, and she wants to get rid of this pawn so that she can make threats with her queen and rook down the h file. So she wanted to attack the white king and get some counterattack. But yeah, in this position, it was very important to stay on top of the white threats first. You will never guess what my coach made me do. And then picture of sandcastles. Yeah, that's a good one, 7. I learned to castle on this beach. That's pretty good. I'm not sure she's going to be very receptive to video ideas right now. But, I mean, if I was their editor, I would say they should definitely do this. I think these ideas are great. But I like the chess humor. I'm not sure the YouTube algorithm does. 10 things you didn't know you could learn on this beach. Literally already DM'd her about this idea. Wow. Chat, we could be famous. Who am I kidding? She's gonna steal credit. She's not gonna say the idea of chat. If you're the one, who made the beach castle comment, I would screen grab that message while you still have it, and then post it when the YouTube video is out. He's waving the white flag. We wish. Can Andrea do bishop takes e5 and then queen takes d5? Wow, a chatter having an interesting idea, but even though here the queen is attacking 2 pieces at once and you're gonna get to capture at least one of them, the problem is this bishop suddenly started pointing down towards the rook in the corner. So that rook is not too happy with your plan. But nice try. It almost worked. Rook didn't complain though. Yeah, no, honestly, that rook was just happy to be put out of its misery. It's like when you're losing a soccer game, you're down by 4 goals, and you're just happy to be subbed off. Is there a way out for either girl? No. Well, I mean, Alexandra can hope that her opponent doesn't find the best plan. But that seems a tad optimistic. And for Andrea, it's been over a while. Did I call it football? Did I misspeak and call it football? Oh no, I did say soccer. Never mind. As I said, I am one of the famous alumni of the Berkeley Chess School. The day I say football is the day that I abandon my roots. Berkeley Bishops, let's go. Humble-handed. Are you also playing for the Berkeley Bishops? I played a team match. The Berkeley Bishops against... I don't remember what the other team was, but it was some town to the south. And we had a youth match over 30 boards. And we played the same opponent twice. And I played this girl and I beat her in the first game. I was so proud. And then in the second game, I'll show you what happened. Essentially what happened is that at some point I moved my queen out to g4 and then she played e5 or something and I was like, oh nice, free pawn. And then she took my queen. It was the early stages of my chess career. Hammer playing like chat. It was a long time ago. But a reminder to everyone that even the best players in the world were once beginners. They made all the same mistakes as you made. How old were you? I was 9. I bet Magnus was never a beginner. There's this, the first tournament Magnus participated in, he was like number 26 out of 35 participants. The first time he played the Norwegian Championship. I'm pretty sure there are some standings on the line somewhere. Not so bad. It wasn't actually that bad. My first tournament, I came in second to last. I was so disappointed because I had made a draw against the guy who finished last, and I was like, "Oh, I'm equally bad as the guy who finished in the last place." I think I scored 2 draws out of 7 games or something. My first tournament, I got 0 out of 7. Oof, that's rough, Hawaiian. Were you an adult improver? Normally, the children's tournaments are a bit easier. But if you start out as an adult, you're gonna have a rough time. Have you ever won a tournament? Wait, what? I am a world famous chess grandmaster. Have I ever won a tournament? I've won like 7 tournaments. I will have you know, I have won the Rilton Cup in Stockholm twice. I've won the the Extracon Chess Open in Denmark once, but it had like Vitiugov and tons of grandmasters playing. I won the Andorra Open. I won the Reykjavik Open when I also got my Grandmaster title. I'm pretty sure I won more than this, but it's a good start. When was your latest win? Let's not talk about that. It's been a bit rough since the pandemic. I haven't played that much. Okay, moves are on the board. He did go bishop to g5, threatening the checkmate. Alexandra plays f6, knight takes e6, played quickly in response. Alexandra only has one acceptable move, king to f7, but I think she's going to find that. And interestingly, after king to f7, the only winning move is queen d6. If he finds queen d6, it's all over, but if he doesn't find it, there's still hope. Have you ever won a tournament in which Magnus participated? No. But I came really darn close. First time after I returned from the US, I played the Norwegian Championship and I beat Magnus in the penultimate round. And I had won every game. And it looked like I was going to win the tournament. But then I lost against some other guy in the last round, and then Magnus came ahead of me on tie breaks. With an en passant checkmate? No. With an English opening. Wait, what? Knight f8 is a blunder! Knight f8 is a blunder! Blunder alert, blunder alert. She did play king f7 and he did not find queen to d6, which was the only move. Knight to f8 is on the board and now computer says it's a draw again. The drama is never ending. The guy tries to be fancy, but it backfires. And now Alexandra has an equal position according to the engine. I told you queen d6 was tricky. Either rook is okay. Apparently either rook is okay, but I would definitely use this rook, because then the queen is protected by the rook on the other side. Did Andrea flag? Andrea is down a piece with no central control with her pawns. We're gonna focus our attention on Alexandra. Oh wow, look at the last couple of moves. Was this not a double question mark earlier? Bishop g5, exclam, f6, best move, knight takes e6, gets a brilliant. You're right, it is turquoise. King f7, best move, and now only winning move for white was queen to d6, but that was kind of tricky. Knight to f8 played, and Alexandra is back in the game. Why was going queen d6 tricky? Because there were so many other options. Like you could take this pawn, you could move the knight to try and get the rook in and give checkmate. Queen d6 was tricky because there were so many other good options, essentially. Or not necessarily good options, but tempting options. Options that look good, but turns out not that good. such as knight to f8. The knight attacks the queen. If the knight is captured, Alexandra will lose her queen. Check on the king, pressure on the queen. But at the end of this, oh damn it, she can't take with a rook. But she can move her king back and then recapture with the rook. And then here she's fine. I mean, she's fine. She might even be much better here, no? Computer is saying equal, but from a human perspective, surely this is better. Alexandra has a rook, 2 rooks, and a pawn for a queen. She could be playing for a win here. Needs to find the right moves, though. But she can't really go wrong. If she moves her queen, like, this is just obviously bad. Her king gets trapped with the queen close by. So I feel like she has to take. And she's going to realize it's good to take back with the rook to give protection to the bishop. So that's going to make her realize to use this rook. Check, king back. White has no options. Bishop back, trade, trade. Bishop f5. Like, this has to be much better for black, right? Because you could even try and, like, if white is not careful, you're going to checkmate them, no? I guess there are some unpleasant pressures against the black king. But the long-term potential you have of catching this white king on the back rank feels like that could be good for black in many instances. And the bishop here in the center, bishop protected by a pawn and cannot be chased away by the white pawn. I don't know. She could go for a win here. What was good about queen d6 for white? It's just a bang-bang kind of position. It's threatening the bishop. If the bishop moves, then apparently you can sacrifice your knight. And then this is checkmate somehow. Why did he go for this, knowing he'll be down on material? I don't know. And he didn't really spend a lot of time thinking about it either. But I guess he feels like he's had such upward momentum after he was just dead lost 10 moves ago. And that he feels like playing quickly has been a success. And so he didn't want to slow down, even if maybe he should have. What's the rationale for this knight move? That you win the queen. This move wins the queen for white. What if he went knight g7 instead? Knight g7, then rook f8, and the king kind of gets out without blocking the rook in the corner. I don't know. It's a weird position, but essentially we've been saying this for some time, that if Alexandra can just get her king away from the action, then she would have good chances to win because she just has a lot more material. I don't like that she's thinking for this long, though. I don't think this is that difficult to calculate. I mean, at some point, you just got to be very happy to get rid of some of the opponents. very dangerous attacking pieces, and you lose the queen, yeah, but there wasn't really any hope for you to save the queen anyway. Is there extra time? They get more time when they've made 40 moves. Alexandra needs to make another 10 moves to get to 40. $2,000 elo player can't see the moves like a GM like Hammer. I mean, I can't even see the moves like this. I'm looking at the computer suggestions. But I can use my human reasoning to kind of complement the computers. She takes with the corner rook. I don't understand that at all. That makes no sense to me. She's making it way more difficult for herself by not having the rook recapture the queen to give protection along the rank. The next couple of moves will be pretty quick. He has to go with the rook, attack the king, attack the queen. King has to go back. Rook has to take queen. King has to recapture. And now we get this position when we could have had this position with the rook here defending some of the black pieces. And now some of the extra options black got as a result, white got as a result of this, is that now you have some extra possibilities to give a check. You can take this pawn and attack in towards the king in that way. Yeah, I'm very surprised she took with this rook, because that means her king basically has fewer defenders around it. But computer says it's completely fine. Like, computer says this is equal. Okay. Rook came in, check on the king. The king has to step back. Rook takes queen, and king takes rook back. And now a big question. What to do for white? He can capture a pawn here. He can move his bishop away, because the bishop is still under attack. Yeah, and I guess for me, I think Alexandra is super safe if she manages to take the bishop. Oh, apparently this is winning for white. Damn it. Okay, so Alexandra is not super safe, even if she manages to take the bishop. So queen takes here strikes me as the most obvious move. And then computer wants rook f7, bishop back, king up. Computer wants this, which is kind of weird because then black has given away all the 3 pawns we had on the queen side. But Engine says that this will lead to a checkmate somehow. Because that's what we talked about, how that if the rooks can come up and give a check on the king is not feeling super safe. Check, pressure on the queen. Check on the king. And here bishop to d3 is the winning move. And essentially what you're trying to do is check and then this, and the king is caught. Okay, that feels very computery. But I do think it's very nice to see that there are circumstances in which we can actually give away all our pawns and still win. That is actually insane. But it's all about making the pieces work together. So back in the day, people thought that 2 rooks are always better than a queen. And in more recent years, we've realized that the queen is just incredibly powerful as an attacker, especially because it's so flexible. Like it can attack in every direction. Its ability to change flanks. It doesn't need to coordinate with the other rook. The queen is just a very powerful piece. And that feels like something we should have realized sooner than like 5-10 years ago. But we realized that, yeah, she's good. So the key for Alexandra is going to be to try and coordinate her rooks. Because she has 2 pieces, she has a more difficult time making her pieces work together, because the rooks are not going to be very effective as a lone attacker. They need to work together to make the threats. So playing with the 2 rooks is a bit more, I want to say, skill-based than playing with a queen. Because with the queen, you can just kind of move around and suddenly get lucky. Whereas with the rooks, you have to be like very meticulous about how everything's defending each other. And then you go for the attack at the right moment. What is the prize for first place? I think the prize is, it used to be $5,000 in the Reykjavik Open. I think it's less now. But Reykjavik Open used to be one of the biggest prizes on the Open circuit. Let me check the rules. Regulations does not have the prices in it. Here, prices. $5,000 first prize. So they still have that. Pretty decent for this level. Only 5,000 for this level, that's a very good prize. Like normally tournaments that are open to anyone and where the best players are like number 100 in the world, normally the prize would be like $2,000. Euros, not dollars? Pedro. Oh, it actually is euros. Okay, never mind. Iceland is way closer to the US than anything. Doesn't even cover the cost to travel. Well, most of the grandmasters are given free lodging and free travel. So it's not as bad as it sounds. A lot of your expenses are covered by the organizers. How do chess playing make enough for a living? Well, a lot of the professional chess players are from Eastern European countries with a somewhat cheaper cost of living. Which is why you're going to see a lot more professionals from Eastern Europe than from Norway and Sweden and whatnot. It's not cheap anymore since Sensei. I mean, if you feel like the Eastern European countries have been hit by the inflation and booming economy, let me tell you what has happened in Norway. Everything is relative. Norway is not as cheap as it used to be anymore. And those who know that we weren't really that cheap to begin with. Norway was cheap once? I mean, I think Norway is reasonably priced. But I don't really know any other reality. I think Sweden is ridiculously cheap. Rosen in the house with a rate of 363. How are you guys doing? We got an exciting game going on. Alexandra is playing an international master from Scotland. She was winning out of the opening, then she was losing. Now computer says it's equal, but it's tense. Very, very tense. Alexandra has 2 rooks. Her opponent has a queen. And they're about to have the time scramble. Alexandra 6 minutes left, her opponent 22 minutes. In other news, Andrea Botez is also playing. But we're going to do her the courtesy of not recapping what has happened. Suffice to say is that success is not in the cards. The guy's an IM. What happened to his rating? I regret to inform you something I have experienced myself, that with age, your rating sometimes drops. Okay, Andrea's opponent just took a rook. So Andrea is now down a rook. And Mannion, he keeps his bishop on the board because he believes what I kind of believed, which is that the black king is much more uncomfortable with the bishop still on the board to help the queen. And there's like a rule of thumb that says the queen works better with others. So if you have a queen against two rooks or something like that, you often don't want to trade off everything other than your queen, because your queen often needs some help to execute her attacks. However, look at this. An X on the move. Computer now believes Alexandra has the advantage again. After king to g6, which is admittedly quite a difficult move to find. But essentially what the computer is saying is that Alexandra should just allow her pawns to be captured, but find some shelter for her king. The king is protected by the bishop and the pawns, and then the rooks will do the counterattacking for the win. Difficult to figure out, because your instinct is always going to be to try and keep your pawns protected. So the bad news here is that if Alexandra instead does something like bishop to c6 to keep both of these guys defended, then white is winning again with the queen coming in to attack the king. So essentially what I'm saying is anything could happen in the next couple of minutes. This could be a win for Alexandra. It could still very well be a loss. The position is difficult. The moves are not obvious. Pawn sacrifices are required. And she only has 4 minutes left. Does the king g6 idea work if you go bishop f5 first? I don't think so, because if bishop f5, I would be a bit scared about this thing again. Because then the queen is attacking the bishop and threatening to move in to attack the king. Oh, apparently this is okay for black? It doesn't look okay. Okay. I think the main thing is don't play bishop c6. You want to have your bishop in an active position. You don't want it to solely be protecting your own pawns. So bishop c6 makes a lot of sense in that it keeps everything defended. But here we would rather go on offense. And honestly, we're kind of happy to give up this pawn in the middle because that gives our rook the ability to attack the white king. If white doesn't take this pawn, then we're going to struggle big time getting our rook into the game because this pawn is in the way. And that's also why Alexandra shouldn't necessarily rush to make the trade between these two pawns, because if white captures this pawn and then captures this one afterwards, that again is going to give us the access to step in and attack the white king. So there are many situations. The more we're analyzing this, the more we're understanding that for Alexandra, losing some of these pawns is actually advantageous for her because that enables the rooks to come into attacking positions against the white king. So turns out losing pawns, good, which is a bit counterintuitive. Pawn d4 to get rid of it, honestly, not the worst thinking I've seen, especially based on what I just said. The problem is after queen takes, attacks the bishop, and if the bishop moves, yeah, so the problem is just that the queen keeps attacking the bishop. So preferably we want to lose the pawns without also having the queen attack us. She found queen, wow. Good job. You guys are gonna like this. How many moves until extra time? Alexandra needs to make an additional 6 moves. But she also gets 30 seconds per move that's being made. But yeah, this was the last big thing she's able to do. But now Engine is genuinely saying she's winning. The more Engine thinks about this, the more optimistic it's being. And now this queen to f4 move that was causing all the problems earlier, trying to get in to attack the king. Now we can play rook h8 and keep this square under control. And then we go bishop f5 and this bishop gets a really good positioning in the center of the board. I don't know, she might win it now. She might win it now. A reminder, something I mentioned back in the opening when Alexandra had a winning position after like 10 moves. If Alexandra wins today, she will be playing for a norm. She'll essentially be completing one, and she can try to complete one of the 4 steps to become a women's international master. What is a norm? It's one of the steps you need to accomplish to get a better chess title. What are the 4 steps? The 4 steps are that you need 3 norms, and then the 4th step is that you get a 2,200 rating. What does being a WIM give? Prestige, and some organizers will give you free accommodations. For other people who are trying to become a women's international master. Okay, Andrea resigns. She was down a rook. Alexandra Chess with the raid. Our fellow Reykjavik IRL streamer. We're currently watching the end of this game between Alexandra Botez and Stephen Mannion, an international master from Scotland. Andrea in the background has just resigned her game. But the good news is that Alexandra, according to the engines right now, has a winning position. And if she wins this game, this will be the 2nd international master she beats in this tournament. Alexandra, so far in the 8 rounds, have faced 4 international masters. Okay, there goes Andrea's camera. We're switching over to the full view. Will you talk to Andrea? I don't think so. She's not going to be in a great mood, and we're going to want to watch and give full attention to the time scramble in Alexandra's game. We'll give her at least half an hour to calm down. Ooh, pawn takes pawn. Okay, it was not among the computer's top choices. So now bishop f5, I'm guessing, should be the move. What about this d4 move someone in chat suggested? Okay, so what I think right now is after pawn takes, if we go bishop f5, and then if this pawn just advances, now pawn to d4 might be a thing. And then after takes, rook here, check, king, bishop in. Okay. Apparently that was not good. Still a very tricky position. But I think that the odds of Alexandra not losing now are very good. And she does find bishop f5. That was the best move. Alexandra playing 2 very good moves in a row now. Might need this pawn alive to put the bishop on e4. Good shout. Good shout. Alexandra is going for bishop to e4, and then these two are going to be protecting each other. And then she will be preventing this idea with the queen coming in, annoying the king. So I assume now queen here is going to be the move. And then we defend against the immediate threats. And then white doesn't really have a good plan here. Like, he can try to point his pieces down towards... But then, yeah, rook up here is super good. So essentially what the computer is saying is that white is lacking a plan here, and white needs to find the move h3, which is essentially just giving up a pawn, yes, but it's giving up a pawn to create a shelter for the white king. And on this h2 square, it's going to be very important, very difficult for the black rooks to attack this king. So he needs to understand the long-term trouble his king is in and try and play this h3 move. And then the interesting part is computer doesn't even want Alexandra to take this. Computer wants Alexandra to go bishop e4, because if the trade happens, then the rook will come up the side of the board for the checkmate. And then if the king goes here, like maybe we can create a scenario in which we sacrifice and put all the pawns up against each other to open up along the h-file. Yeah, computer was not a big fan of that. This position is still very tricky. Alexandra has been playing well the last 2 moves, finding the absolute best ones. But if her opponents understand the crisis that's facing the white king and manages to evacuate the king up to the h2 square, it's still super tricky. I just realized. Let me adjust the names a little. What's 2100 over the board on the line? Well, Alexandra is like 2400 on the line. So I would say 2100 over the board is like 23 to 2600. Chess.com Blitz. Philip, I appreciate your comment. Thank you so much. We sometimes do throw some shades at the girls' opponents, but I appreciate you being a good sport, and you had a very interesting game against Andrea. Thanks for coming into chat and spreading some good vibes. Do you think not giving an interview because you lost is a bit unprofessional? Yeah, I think so. I think when Magnus refuses to be interviewed, because he lost. We would definitely prefer that he doesn't, that he shows up. Andrea not coming for an interview because I'm asking her not to, because I want to do the end of the chest of the stream. It's a bit different. Huge raid. What? I'm scrolling. We had a Danya raid? Sorry, I need to adjust something. Vila, I'm sending you a couple of messages. Okay, moves are happening. Queen to f4 played. Very easy to spot threat. Alexandra immediately goes rook h8. This is great for Alexandra because now she's also threatening rook to c4, which is an unpleasant pressure against the queen. And if white now realizes that he needs to make space for the king, he's kind of a bit too late. Because now Alexandra will be able to coordinate her pieces in towards this king. And this is now completely winning, apparently, for some reason. Yeah, apparently this is just winning. I don't fully understand why, but good news. Question mark. He got a question mark for that one. Evalbar says Alexandra is winning now. Imagine Alexandra goes from completely destroying him in the opening, then getting under massive pressure, getting a losing position, and then coming back to win the end game. What a roller coaster. Oh my, he actually realized he needed to make space for the king. This is a big moment for Alexandra. Taking en passant is a mistake here. Taking en passant is a big mistake here. For some reason. I don't really understand why. I guess it has to do with the ability white has to play f3 and stop the bishop from pointing down here. Oh, and she doesn't take en passant. That is such a good decision. That is such a good decision. Rook to c4 played, attacks the queen. The queen has only one square to go to. And now bishop to e4. Bishop to e4, and if bishop to g5, trying to exploit the queen pointing in towards the black king, then the rook steps back and both attacks the queen and protects the king. And she plays it. Okay, I swear to God, she has played 4 X-Clam moves in a row right now. This position is extremely difficult to understand. But she's handling it perfectly. Oh, actually, maybe it's not so complicated. Oh, maybe she's just planning to go rook c1 and go for this checkmate. Oh, damn it, that doesn't work. Apparently this is a draw. Oh, apparently this is a loss. Okay, but I think this is her plan. I think she's planning to double the rooks. He moves the king closer to the danger zone. Alexandra needs to make 2 more moves. Oh, she already played this. Alexandra only has 1 more move until she gets additional time. And her position is winning with correct play. What did he do? The king moves closer. Okay. Bishop f3, good move. Rook takes pawn, good move. What about pawn up? Pawn up, bad move, bad move. Don't make committal moves. Bishop f3 played. Good move. She got the extra 30 minutes. This game has been wild. First, she played perfectly the first 20 moves. Then she made like 7 mistakes in a row. And then somehow he misplayed, made some mistakes. And now she's playing like 7 perfect moves in a row again. She's locked in. Ooh, look at the eval bar adjusting itself. Computer is saying she's completely winning now. And interestingly, one of the lines the computer is suggesting is to go pawn to d4. Because then if bishop takes, well then obviously you don't have control of this square, and so that's useful. But if queen takes, then you still sacrifice your rook, because after your rook gets captured, you recapture, king goes up, and you get this attack both against the king and the queen. That's very sneaky. That's very nice. So essentially what we're saying is that giving up this pawn in the middle might actually be a good thing. That's the reason why the computer thinks Alexandra is winning, because she can play pawn to d4 next move pretty much no matter what happens. Pawn to a5, pawn to d4, same idea. Although here maybe rook to e4 is even better. No. No, the computer says you have to go back here and then you go d4. So essentially pawn to d4. This pawn cannot be captured, and when the bishop retreats, we need to go rook here so that the rook can attack. And then rook b5, and then you get the rook in. And you allow these checks to happen on the black king because you get away from them. That's wild. Do you still need to write down the moves even when you're low on time? Yes. You don't have to do that if you don't get the extra 30 seconds per move. But since that's the rules here, then you do have to do it. Okay, A5 has been played. Now the big moment. Pawn to D4 is the winning idea. But Alexandra now she's going to get another 30 minutes when her timer runs down. It doesn't happen automatically, but you do get the extra time after 40 moves has passed. So the clock will correct itself once you go under. Oh, it has already in the video? Yeah. We made time control, and now she can utilize that extra time she got to play the key move to win the game. Pawn to D4. Other moves also win, but just this general idea of pushing the pawn forward and the pawn not being, you cannot capture the pawn. That's the end of it. What about Rook C2? Rook C2 is the computer's third choice, but notice how after Queen F4, the computer's next move is pawn to D4. So it just feels to me like this pawn to D4 is turning out to be like the big move in a lot of different variations. So it would be better if you see the idea to just do it right now. Why can't the pawn be captured? So after pawn to D4, if bishop takes, I guess computer's saying rook here is checkmate in 7 moves, but you can also just take the bishop. And then you have the same principle that you come up with a check and then you trap the king and queen on the same file. And the reason I mentioned this variation is because it fits very well with the... Oh yeah, well, queen can't take now, so... Well, you can also just give checks, and then this is checkmate. I guess that's easier to understand. Actually, this is actually very easy. D4 isn't that tough. And it makes sense, because this bishop is such a good defensive piece. It's protecting the king from here, and it's kind of also protecting the king from here, since it's controlling the C1 square. So by playing D4, we get to knock the best defensive piece out of position. I think she's going to play it. But she got extra time now. So we'll give her a moment to think about this and figure it out. And then I'm going to take a quick break. Okay, she's taking her time. That's good. Are 2 rooks just as good as the queen? It's very situational, but in general, back in the day when I was young, which is, you know, a while ago at this point, back in the day, we thought that 2 rooks were always better than a queen. And now that thinking has changed a little bit. We have a bit more appreciation of the queen's powers and ability to attack an opposing king. But when you manage to have your rooks working together, like Alexandra has done here, while also keeping your king safe, like Alexandra has done here, then the 2 rooks are often better, simply because 2 is better than 1. She played it? Nice. The main difference here is king safety. Yeah, I agree with that, Peter. Alexandra's king has been in trouble throughout the game, but now it's white's king more so than black's. That feels uncomfortable. In Blitz, the queen is better. Yeah. That's often the case. In Blitz, the pieces that are difficult to keep under control. Same for knights. A lot of people say that knights are particularly good in Blitz because they're simply just more difficult to track, essentially. Why did White's king move out? Well, essentially the king moved out because it felt like it was going to get trapped in the corner. So if the king had stayed here, he was scared that the rook would just come in working together with the bishop to give a checkmate. So the king came out to kind of give itself the chance to get out of black's grasp. But right now, it's what we're hoping is going to happen is that it turns out that the king just wasn't able to find safety in the middle either due to the black rooks coming into an attacking position. And after bishop f4 now, we can just go rook e8. King up. How much nuance is required here? If we just give checks. Yeah, apparently some nuance is required. any situation where we have to give up our pawn, but allow the kind of make the white king feel uncomfortable in the center of the board, it's not going to be obvious in any way. But the good news now is that there are several different plans that lead to a win for black. So even if Alexandra doesn't find the best plan, and I'm not even sure what the best plan would be, it's still going to be a winning situation. Okay, he plays bishop to f4. Just rook c2, why complicate? Well, rook c2 doesn't even have a threat, does it? Are we threatening something here? Ah, check, and then the other rook over, and we threaten checkmate here. Ah, that's a good one. So the advantage of rook to c2 is that we prevent the white king from stepping out. And basically, speaking of the question we just had earlier, why did the king move out? Well, the king is trying to escape, right? And now our best move might be to just prevent the king from getting out and have the king stuck in this kind of corner area. Dina coming in with a raid of 778. And Ben and Karen with 166. How did Dina do? Dina won. It could be a good day for the girls. Alexandra has a winning position against an international master. She just needs to put the finishing touches to complete her masterpiece. And by masterpiece, I mean roller coaster ride. Alexandra had a winning position after just 10 moves. After 30 moves, Alexandra had a rook for a knight. And she even got 2 pawns. But after 30 moves, she was dead and lost as her opponent had executed a very dangerous attack using Alexandra's dark square weaknesses. But the attack didn't, it didn't come full, no, what am I trying to say? Mannion didn't execute the attack the right way. Alexandra managed to survive, and since then, we went into an endgame the computers thought were about equal, and she played like 7 perfect moves in a row, and now she's in a winning position, using her 2 rooks against the white queen. And Alexandra also said no to a free pawn, avoided an en passant. She's made some really good decisions in the last half hour. What do you think about your students' prep? Dina, I thought her prep was excellent. She got a winning position straight out of the opening. I'm so happy I recommended this variation in the French to her. Playing bishop to e7 on move 3. And I inspired her to push her g-pawn up into the game early on in the opening. Did you? The things I'm saying right now, Dina, are factual. I'm just choosing my facts with extreme caution. Because the line I was recommending, she did last night decide not to go for it and instead prepare something for herself. But the prep I had still recommended an early pawn to g5 assault on the king side, and it was this bishop to e7 in the opening. So I'm taking partial credit. I'm just saying she was preparing last night at 2 a.m. near me. Dina, why are you being called Mother Dina and then not being the responsible adult making sure that your kids are in bed at 2 a.m.? Are you encouraging them to be preparing in the middle of the night instead of getting their beauty sleep? What is your role in all of this? Dina the enabler? Yeah. And it seems like she's kind of enjoying that Alexandra overrided. That can't be right. Then she came at 2:30 p.m. and said she had prepared a serious surprise. Did you see, Dina, that she was winning after 15 moves? Overruled? That's a better word. Thank you. Dina, someone in chat said that you might be Alexandra's opponent for the final round, and Alexandra will make a norm if she wins. Is it fair to say that Andrea is going to take you out drinking tonight? And going to keep you away from bed? It's not match fixing if Andrea just parties with her, right? Alexandra can't make a norm. She had one buy. Is your caps lock broken, Dina? I had a guy in chat come in and say that you can still get a norm with a buy. He quoted the rules and the paragraph and everything. It seemed pretty legit. Rook c2 played. Is that 8 perfect moves in a row now? The endgame has been executed with surgical precision. And now rook to e2 and then doubling the rooks against the king. It's done. It's done. Rook c2, there's no defense. It's game over. She did it. Queen to d7, trying to get some checks in behind. But now rook e2 check. And then double the rooks. And that's game over. The bishop can still go back. And rook e4. And that's game over. Because if bishop here, rook here, and checkmate. Stop jinxing? Yeah, I should stop jinxing. But it's looking so good. And she's playing such good moves. And this plan isn't even that tricky. What's your rating? I'm 2,600. I know that when Dina comes in here and gives me a hard time, And when Alexandra says that she doesn't trust my preparation, it sounds like I'm not that good of a chess player, but I promise you, I'm very good. 2,600, Grandmaster of Chess. Leia won against the 2,600 today? Oh, wow. Has commentating made you want to play a tournament again? I have some... Yeah, I've been tingling in my... Oh, what about Bishop E3? Oh, that... I was like, Bishop E3, I can just capture it, but my rook is under attack. Yeah, but Bishop E3 also rook up. And we capture the bishop next move. If rook to E2, the rest is easy. And she did it. She actually, since move 30, like actually since the queen went off the board, she's played perfectly. Like ever since here. This moment when we just entered the endgame and the computer was saying white is maybe a little better, she played absolutely perfectly since then. And she got several exclams in a row. And now for the finishing touches. The other rook in and everyone up into the attack. Rook here, is that losing? Okay, so rook here makes a lot of sense, but it's not super good. Okay, just not rook here, rook here. But one of them threatens checkmate and one does not threaten checkmate. She played it. Oh, I'm so far behind. My problem is that when I'm analyzing at the board, I'm not watching chat and I'm not watching the video. And sometimes when I watch the video, I'm watching the Twitch screen instead of the actual live feed that I'm getting and you're not getting before, you know, the Twitch 3-second delay. I'll stay on the live feed now because surely she's got this in the bag. He played Bishop D2 like I said. And now Rook to E4 is the winning move. He's trying to play very quickly to make her low on time and make her nervous. But I feel like at this point it's too clear what she's gonna want to do. Alexandra cannot capture this bishop because then her rooks are no longer working together. And the white queen can capture the black rook. So she just needs to move the rook. And if she moves the rook up here, then the queen captures the pawn and protects the bishop, and apparently this is a draw. So you want to move this rook and you want to protect this pawn. And rook to E4. What an endgame. What an endgame. Well done. Can you show us where the mate in 17 is? Well, essentially, there's no way for white to keep the bishop protected. The bishop has to move, and then the rook moves. And then the rook both threatens the bishop, but more importantly, threatens to step in with a checkmate on the king. So it's just about this rook is going to capture the bishop and then come in to do the checkmate. The bishop cannot run away because then there's an immediate checkmate. So it's just about for Alexandra to get her rook on this bottom rank to give the checkmate. What about a move like Queen D5 to find a perpetual? Queen D5 is an interesting idea to try and give checks. But here Alexandra has a cool trick. Well, number one, apparently the perpetuals don't work. You can just take the bishop. But also, since you put your queen on the same diagonal as the black bishop, you can also do this little trick. Sacrifice both your rooks, but you give checks against the king and you open up to take the queen afterwards. But yeah, the same principle you can do after queen d8, right? After queen d8, the only winning move is to take the bishop and allow the checks to happen, but you get out of the checks eventually. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. So it's not over yet. So he's going to try to give some checks, and then Alexandra needs to find the right squares for her king to get away. I'm doing commentary tomorrow as well. Yes, tomorrow's round will be earlier. It is the final round of the tournament, and it's kind of a tradition for those to be earlier in the day. It's going to be 11 a.m. Reykjavik time, noon Central European Oslo time, and 7 a.m. Eastern. I'm saying it in Norwegian, Dina, because I'm assuming the Norwegian and the Icelandic way is similar. I don't think that's like a super unlikely thing. Why is Dina yelling at you? I don't know. I think she's just very excited to have won today. I'm excited for my sister crushing an I am. Well, we'll see. Don't go jinxing this, Dina. We don't like jinxers in our chat. Okay, queen d8 is on the board. We're gonna see a lot of checks. Okay, let's try and study what the right way to play is. So here we have no choice. We have to step up. Here we do have a choice. But it feels wrong going here because then you get an additional method to give check. Oh, actually here you have to go back because this is a draw somehow. So we have to go here. And then yeah, okay. So king d7 is the only win. Because we need white to give a check on this d5 square. And then we go back. And then we go back and hide. So basically we have to go to the right and then make a feint and then go back to our little hiding corner. And if queen here, well then we can just block with the rook. So we force the queen to give a check here and then we run back. That makes perfect sense, honestly. Okay, it's not going to be super easy, but it's not the most difficult thing in the world either. Okay. So it's happening. Bishop has been captured. Queen comes in, check on the king. King moves up. Queen gives another check on the king. And now we need to go king e6. But king e6 makes perfect sense because if we go king e5, there's check here, and check here. So in terms of limiting the amount of checks our opponent has, king e6 makes perfect sense. And then if she gives a check here, it actually makes a lot of sense going king d7 because if a check comes in here, then you can block with a rook. So if king d7, white only has one check. And then you just have to realize it's not a problem that the queen captures over here because then you can, well, you eventually go back to your hiding spot here. It's not super easy. It is quite tricky. Okay, first step on the way is right. Good first step. Would you find this? I hope so. I would think so. But it's always very nerve-wracking when the opponent's queen. Oh, don't rush this move! Alexandra, don't rush! There's only one move to win, I think. If you go here, you have to go to the same position and then go here. So I think other than going back and forth and then choosing the right path, king d7 is the only winning move. This is the big moment. If she gets this one right, it doesn't matter how little time she has, she's gonna figure it out. If king to d7, that's the game. I've said that before, I suspect, but this time it's very real. The white king is completely undefended. There's tons of black pieces around the white king. If Alexandra can just get away from the queen's checks, she's gonna win this game. And king to d7 is the only way to do it. What do you think the chances are she'll find the move? 85%. What happens if she doesn't? If she doesn't find the right moves, it's going to be a draw. Then the white queen can continue giving checks on the black king, and the black king can never get away from the queen. A draw is still fine though. It's really not. When you've had a winning position and when you're one step away from your opponent basically just resigning, a draw would be a massive disappointment. What move are we on? This is move 51, but it doesn't really matter because you don't get more time. Alexandra will get an additional 30 seconds per move she makes, but that's it. I like that she's taking her time, says Lasagna. Yeah, I agree. This is the big moment. Using this move to think, that is definitely the right decision making. And then it becomes a skill question of whether she finds the right move. But spending time here is a good time investment. Lasagna question mark. I'm not at fault for you guys' silly Twitch usernames. Hammer, is that your real name? Yeah, I was blessed in the naming department. And then even with such a good real name, I managed to mess up my Twitch name, making it unpronounceable. Oh, she's nervous. She's looking at the score sheet. She's looking at her clock. She might think that it's a draw no matter what. Okay, she didn't find the right square, but she's gonna get another chance. We're gonna go back and forth, and then she gets another shot at it. This is actually very good because she goes in the right direction, and because her opponent will go back and forth, and she's gonna be like, "Oh, I want to get out of this." And then she's going to manage to get out of it in a good way. Actually, maybe king e7 is very clever. Because after queen g7, maybe she can go king d6. And block with the rook. Oh, damn it. Oh no, don't do that. Oh no. Oh no. King d8. Now it's a draw. So she wanted to move over to this d file so that she could use the rook to block. Check, check. And the problem here is she cannot go up because then there's the double attack. Check. Ah, and she can't go up here because then there's this double attack. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, she just can't move the king away. So she can never go to this square or this square or this or this or this because of this check and these checks. And so she wants to get to this square. What if we go here and then block? Ah, she can't go to this square either because then... so basically, the reason this is not working is because her king needs to avoid this, and this square. And it's just too many squares. That's unfortunate. $85%, huh? I mean, you guys were saying I'm crazy to say 85%. You guys wanted 100. My 85% was probably right. We can't know based on what happened in the one instance. My percentages were probably pretty accurate. He could still mess this up though. Queen takes pawn is the only drawing move. But it is taking a free pawn, so it doesn't feel like it's out of the realm of possibility. Ooh, look at this line the computer is suggesting. And then we get to this square, and then this square. And then we did move to one of the squares we couldn't do, but there's no double attack. Yeah, we can't get away from the checks still. Like, even when we're down a rook, there are some chances for us to win because we're one move away from checkmate. But the queen is just able to give lots of checks. You can't get away from it. Jules in the background, checking out Alexandra's game. Reportedly, Jules was one of the resources Alexandra availed herself of when she decided that my preparation was not good enough for her. She found a better grandmaster to help her. I guess that's how it goes. Truth hurts. It really does. And the timing of my teary eyes just worked perfectly. Queen takes f6, played. Oh man, this is very unfortunate. This game has been such a massive roller coaster. Right out of the opening, Alexandra was destroying the man. And then her king was in massive trouble, so even though she had a huge material advantage, she ended up in a losing position. So it went from winning to losing to equal endgame to her playing like 10 perfect moves in a row, winning endgame. Just needed to avoid the checks. Didn't manage to avoid the checks. And now it's looking like a draw. Is there a way to lose now? I mean, yeah, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Does white have any bad moves? Yeah, definitely. So like if Alexandra moves her rook back now to block, if the queen gives a check on d6, that's game over. But I don't know. It's the way it's over is by the king moving to c8, which is I think a bit too obvious. Yeah, this is too easy for him to fall into. Also, if Alexandra runs out of time, she loses the game. And she's down to less than 3 minutes now. What was the thinking behind the king to d8 move? King to d8, the idea was basically just to get away from the queen so that the rook could get back into defense. But to be honest, that was also the right idea. So king d7 was kind of the same thing, that you wanted to try and involve your rook. So she had the right idea, but the wrong execution. She wanted to avoid this check on d5, but it turns out these checks are just not very... because it allows the king to find its way back to the area where you have the pawns to protect the king. King d7 played. Both queen f7 and queen f5. Both of these moves are a draw. Do you have an eval bar in your head when you play over the board? No. Yeah, in over the board play, your head works a bit differently. You don't necessarily always just think about what the evaluation is. You just, most of the time, just focus on a good move, a good plan, trying to predict a couple of moves. Why doesn't my queen chase me like that? I'm sorry, dude. Unrequited love is the greatest sadness. Can you try to unjinx her, please? This is definitely gonna be a draw now. There's no hope for Alexandra to manage to win this game. She allowed the queen to give checks while also capturing one of black's pawns. And that means we now have fewer pawns to protect the king. There's absolutely no way this could go wrong for Stephen Mannion. I'm not sure I believe in jinxes, though. When I left 2 hours ago, Alexandra was winning. What happened? Dude! 2 hours ago is a very long time. In the meantime, Alexandra was dead and lost. So, a lot happened. You missed everything. Alexandra was losing. She was in an equal endgame. She was winning. Now it's drawing. Stuff happened. Life happened. What if she gets her rook to e5? I don't think she can get her rook to e5 is the problem. Yeah, no. If she gets her rook to e5, she wins. But the problem is she can't do it without the opponent making a mistake. Because the king cannot go up because of this double attack. Let's just double check if black can play for a win here. Probably that's a bit too much. So yeah, she just can't get away from the checks. Andrea lost today, Woogie, unfortunately. Will this take a long time? I don't know. Like, Alexandra's opponent has been playing very quickly for quite some time now. Well, suddenly, I guess he's realizing that he's close to making a draw, so now he's spending time thinking. Did I jinx it? Yeah, Dina. She only had one square her king could go to, and she didn't find it to avoid all the checks. What's different between watching a game versus actually playing it? Pretty much everything. You're a lot more focused playing the game, but you also don't get instant feedback from the eval bar and the engine valuation and so on. It's very interesting. A lot of people who started playing chess the last couple of years, they only play on the line. So when they make it to a chess club for the first time, simply seeing the board in real life in 3D is a huge adjustment. Do you think she knew she was winning? No, I don't think she was 100% sure. I feel like she did her best what she could. She saw that she needed to allow the checks because otherwise she would lose her pawn in the center. And then she couldn't figure out the difference between all the king positionings. She had like 5 different choices with her king. Just couldn't figure out the difference being low on time. So I think she suspects she was winning, but she doesn't know it. Can you play standing up in tournaments? I guess. If the tournament organizers feel that you're disturbing your opponent with your style, then they can ask you to just not do that. But if you have like back problems that mean you can't really sit, you could probably stand for your moves. Can you talk with your opponent? No. You're not supposed to disturb anyone. And even if you're not disturbing your opponent by talking to him, you're disturbing other people in the venue. Right now, they're sitting in a room with 400 other people, and even though there's so many people, there's basically no sound because no one's talking, no one's whispering. Everyone's just focusing on their game and occasionally coughing. Is it random which opponent you get? No, it's not random. And in general, you always get an opponent who has the same amount of points as you. Do you have to say check every time you threaten the opponent's king? Not in tournaments. At this level, you don't say check. At all, really. But sometimes if you're playing newer players or at a lower level, it can be nice to say check just to make your opponent aware of the threat. But you are not required to do so. Can you still say it to be annoying? Yeah. Okay. New check on the king. Alexandra presumably gonna block with her rook. Have you said it against Magnus? No. You just, it's never occurred to me to do it just to be a jerk. I haven't said check in an over the board game in more than a decade. Can you offer a draw after every move? No. That would count as being disturbing to your opponent. And then you would be punished for that. Why are you all asking these questions? Well, we are at the highest viewership number we've had throughout these weeks, I think. So it makes sense that there's more people here watching who's not regular chess tournament viewers. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to both that there are more questions about some of the more basic things, but also when you ask your questions, you deserve an answer. Uh-oh. King is moving up the board. Yeah, and here the problem is that after this check, we cannot go further up because of the double attacks. But now we're approaching the situation where Alexandra, by moving her king further up, could end up giving away her rook. Okay. King here, or rook here. 3 moves that lose the rook. Okay, she goes back. He goes back. Now she moves the rook in between. Only drawing move, queen f5. But queen f5 is also the only available check, so that's kind of obvious. They don't have to write down their moves if they're low on time. Yeah, you do have to do it when you get an additional 30 seconds per move. So if they did not get any additional time, then you don't have to write down your moves when you're lower than 5 minutes. But since you never really run out of time, you also don't run out of being allowed to not make the moves. King c6 on the board. Good try from Alexandra, but once again, unfortunately, the needed response is very obvious in that the queen will attack both the king and the rook. And if Alexandra moves her king up, then she will lose her rook to a double attack. So let's hope she doesn't give away her rook, I think, is going to be the key here. And interestingly, if you go here, she might see this queen b6 check, but then she can get away from it. So, yeah. King b5 may look interesting because you sacrifice this rook, you allow this check, and both of these moves are bad. But queen g5 with the double attack is a problem. Okay, she moved her king back. Another check. So the only thing she really has left to try is king d8 and then using the rook to block here. Because then queen d6 is a mistake. So this is what she's doing now. She's going with the king to d8. And now she's going to try blocking with the rook. Any bad experiences with poor air conditioning? I live in Norway. We don't have air conditioning in Norway. So yes, I have plenty of bad experiences. Air comes preconditioned. Yeah, outside, not inside. It's only been the last couple of summers that we've made the realization that Norway in summer, it's getting kind of hot. And it was never hot before. And so we never saw the need to install air conditioning. So, he didn't make the mistake. I was really hoping that he would choose the wrong square for the queen. Maybe this was obvious. I don't know. Alexandra is going to go king c8 now. And then he has one drawing move, but he made it obvious for himself that this is the drawing move because it's the only available check he has. And now if Alexandra tries to hide her king in the corner, then the double attack on the king and on the rook. Oh, this is interesting. If the king hides in the corner, queen takes rook, and then rook to c8. This could be a bit dangerous for white. Because we go d3, this pawn cannot be captured due to checkmate. So the queen has to go into the attack, and then the rook comes up to support the pawn's further advance. And then here, there are no clear checks in on the king. And apparently the way to make a draw is... you have to go here. Okay, and then this is a draw. Obviously, Alexandra is not going to do that. Because it would be unnecessarily risky. But... oh yeah, she already didn't do that. Where did she go? King here. King up. So close. So close, but no cigar. A very well fought game. Is that a Marcus chair? This is actually a Swedish chair, but it's the one good thing Sweden has made. IKEA chair, yes. I'm very happy with it. But it has some kind of ridiculous 10-letter name. With lots of K's and J's and A's with the thingies on top. Yeah, feel it. Yes, that's the one. Well done. No way we have people in chat who can identify chair brands. What a superpower. Half of EU has the same chair? I don't think that's true. I think everyone's doing the silly gaming chairs these days. Do the Botezes have a gaming chair sponsor? It might be a brand risk right now. But this IKEA one is doing a great job. I think it looks better than the gaming chairs. Yeah, we can't get away from the checks. Alexandra's been trying and trying and trying. But the checks just will not stop. Oh my god, she blundered the rook. Oh god. Still a draw? I mean, that's a miracle, but is she gonna make the draw when she realizes that she gave away the rook? Queen f4 now wins the rook for white. Keep your cool. Alexandra, keep your cool. This could be a good thing, actually. This could make her opponent want to go for the win. And then it's not entirely clear that his position is good enough to go for the win, even though he got a free rook. Is it better for him not to take it? No. He should definitely take the rook. Gives him good chances of winning. Never-ending roller coaster? Yeah, I don't know why I thought this game was going to be a draw. Alexandra just doesn't do draws, does she? Did she make any draws in Prague? Okay, he goes for the rook. What was her reaction like? Okay, she's playing quick in response. That's good. And now after queen takes rook. Oh, damn it. Even the computer... So engine says rook to e2, only good move. She's probably going to go bishop to e2, maybe? Bishop to e2 also a draw, says computer. I mean, this is actually... unironically, this is her best chance of winning. Because now getting a free rook, her opponent realizing that she very obviously blundered, he's going to go hard for a win now. And because Alexandra has this pawn that could become a new queen, she still has pretty good chances here. She has a rook and a bishop and a very dangerous pawn in return for the queen. And this white king is hard stuck. So as long as she remains optimistic, she can still make something out of this. For instance, now if queen to d3, is rook b2 winning? No, it's still a draw. But like, there's some hope. All for content? She's really... I'm not sure I'm energized enough for the drama that's about to unfold. But I can't go get a snack right now. This thing just became the greatest chess game there is. Okay, here is the arbiter, the referee, coming in with new notation forms for the players. Because they are right now on move 65. And normally there's only 60 moves per sheet, but maybe this is a special sheet that gives you 70. And so this was the right timing to bring it in. How many moves till they get more time? No more time for any players, Flexi. They got all the time they're gonna get. You get an additional 30 seconds per move that you make, but other than that, you're on your own. Do we get a dinner break? I wish. Show us how Steven blunders. So let's go queen to b4. Alexandra tries to push her pawn into becoming a new queen. He captures a pawn, says check on the king. The king moves up. He continues checking the king. The king moves back. He tries to get a new queen with his pawn, but then Alexandra is trying to get a new queen with her pawn. He gives a check, captures the rook, thinking he's a genius, because now if bishop captures, the king controls here, and this pawn becomes a new queen. But then Alexandra instead gets a new queen because the bishop gives protection through the white queen. And after takes, here pawn to f4 is the only drawing move, which is wild. But if he instead tries to get a new queen, Alexandra comes back with the bishop, stops the pawn, and here black is winning. So this would be a way Alexandra could win the game. Copium? I mean, that's... I was asked to provide some copium, and I delivered. Move number, we're currently on move 66. Let's see if this is going to be longer than Andrea's big draw against her much higher rated opponent the other day. I think that was like 82 moves. How does Alexandra blunder? She doesn't really need to blunder. Like, all the next couple of moves, Alexandra will only have one acceptable response, otherwise she loses. So, how will Alexandra blunder is kind of like any piece to any square. She has basically to traverse a minefield in order not to lose. He moved. He did go queen b4. And now pawn to d3, only move. Any other move, and white wins. But pushing the pawn, trying to get a new queen, is rather obvious. So I'm not too nervous about this one. This is the example variation we did on how Alexandra could win. And Mannion is down to less than 10 minutes on the clock. Ten seconds left. Alexandra, make a decision. No, no. Yeah. That's just over. She needed to push the pawn to try and get a new queen as quickly as possible. It's not entirely clear to me why she's allowing this pawn to be captured with a check without trying to get the pawn further. So king e4 doesn't really accomplish anything. You still lose this pawn with a check. And you're not helping your pawn become a new queen. So I guess what she's trying to do is get her king down here so that the king can support a checkmate threat. But it just doesn't work. Wait, what? Why is rook e4 a draw? Ah, we can give a check, force the king away, and then the rook comes in. Okay, so the thing is, when you're in time trouble, you make these ridiculous mistakes and you can't explain it. And it makes no sense. So Alexandra, she has the right idea. She wants to get the rook down to give a check on the king. But instead of using the pawn as support to help the rook, she's using the king instead. And basically this king is going to try to help the rook give that checkmate. And there are, maybe I'm underestimating this, because there are some instances here where she goes rook c2, she's threatening this checkmate, and the queen gives the check, but the king comes up threatening checkmate again. Ah, no, but you can give this check, and then pawn push. Then take this pawn. New queen? But that's a freebie. Ah, okay. I don't know. It's not super easy still. Definitely not a good move to move the king up when the pawn would have made it so much more dangerous for white. But there's still tricks. Still tricks. It would be easier for him to fall for one of the tricks if he was even lower on time. So it's a bit unfortunate that he still has 7 minutes left. She should have just taken the draw. That's not Alexandra's style. She did the same thing during the Prague tournament. In some ways, it's a very admirable attitude. Always wanting to go for the win, not being scared just because an opponent is higher rated than you. But so far, it's not really paying off. Okay, he gives another check. King moves up. Now we're threatening checkmate. But that's easy enough to deal with. He goes for the perpetual. I think he wants to win now. He has a pawn with a clear path towards becoming a new queen. He just needs to avoid the threats to his king. But that's slightly easier said than done. He could still blunder. Can Alexandra offer a draw? Yeah, but it would be disrespectful offering a draw to a higher rated opponent when you're clearly struggling. The queen keeps giving checks on the king. There's also a threat against the pawn. We're going to want to defend the pawn. How is it actually winning for white? White needs to put himself in a position where he can just start pushing the pawn up without having threats against the queen or threats against the king. So what he did so far has been wrong. So one mistake he could make here is queen b1 check. The king moves up. You think you covered the checkmate. And then you go a6. Is this not a draw? Last time we went for this position, it was a draw. Now, apparently, it's winning. Oh, yeah, because the pawn just moves up, and then this doesn't really help. Okay, so he's going to go queen b1 check. Then Alexandra should go king c3 instead of king d2. Because then she can push the pawn, but it would have been easier if she just started out pushing the pawn in the first place. And here, queen to b3 is the only way to win, for some reason. He's getting lower on time now. He's down to just 4 minutes. He's going back with the queen. He was here earlier, no? He's just repeating the position. Okay, he's a bit nervy. So he's going to go queen b4 now to control this square, to avoid any checkmates, and then he's going to try to run the pawn and get a new queen. Hello, Kremlings. How are you doing? 3,566. You guys are coming just at the right time. Alexandra has had a roller coaster of a game. And first she was winning out of the opening. Then she was losing due to an attack. Then she survived the attack and got into an equal endgame. Then she played the endgame super well, got a winning position. But then she made a wrong move and let the white queen get a repetition, perpetual check. But in order to get out of the perpetual check, Alexandra gave away a rook, aka blundered. And now she has a rook and a bishop for a queen. And we're not sure what's going to happen. Both players down to just 3 minutes on their clocks. And we're on move 71. It's a blitz game now? Well, I mean, they get another 30 seconds per move. And already 30 seconds is like a sixth of the time you have for a blitz game. So it's more like a rapid game right now. But you live with the tension all the time. How many times has he gone back and forth now? 1, 2. Okay. And Alexandra goes back to d3. Oh, and they made a draw. Wow. Okay, thank you. That's good. A bit unexpected. I wasn't paying attention there, I will agree. But to be fair, part of the reason why I was not paying attention is because white has like 4 winning moves. What a game. So to recap, Alexandra completely winning out of the opening. Then she played like 6 inaccurate moves in a row, and her king came under a massive attack, and then she was lost. But then she survived the attack going into an endgame. The endgame was equal according to the computer. I can say this while I'm doing it on the screen, to be fair. I just have to scroll up quite a lot. Okay, so out of the opening, Alexandra had a really good prep where she forced her opponent's pieces back and kind of trapped the opponent's queen and got into a situation where she won a pawn and managed to fork the opponent's rook. At this point, it looked fantastic. And she was playing so quickly as well. But around here, she started making inaccuracies. And she had all her pawns on the light squares, which means that the dark square control was not amazing. And her opponent managed to exploit that very well by getting his pieces into the game and making dangerous threats in towards the black king. Then she made a mistake, allowing white to get a winning position. But he made a counter mistake, allowing Alexandra to sacrifice her queen, going into this endgame that, according to the computer, was equal. But then Alexandra goes ahead and plays one good move after another. She got like 5 exclam moves in a row. And she built up this winning position. And she played like a great pawn sacrifice here to try and distract the opponent's bishop and get the pressure in towards the opponent's king. The opponent felt like he had to give away the bishop and basically just tried to give checks against the black king. But the black king had the opportunity to get out of these checks if she went to the d7 square in this moment. But unfortunately, she didn't see that. And she went to the wrong square, and we got into a situation where the white queen could chase the black king, and the king couldn't get away from it. And we got this back and forth until Alexandra blundered with king d6, forgetting that there was a reason she couldn't go to this square. The queen now attacking both the rook and the king. She blundered her rook. The computer still thought it was a draw, but she had to play the move d3 for this to still be an equal position. But instead, after king e4, now white was winning for the first time since the attack earlier. But both players had too much excitement, and they agreed to a draw instead. And that's why we called this a roller coaster game. This was exhausting. I know I'm exhausted, Danny. It was, yeah. Up and down. Winning, losing, drawing, winning, drawing, losing, drawing. I'm afraid to check out the accuracy score of this game. .2 accuracy for Alexandra. Not, it could have been worse. Let's see if we can get her. Her opponent, 85.8. The checks at the end raised that accuracy? Yeah, probably. Can you show us how white wins from this position? I think something like queen to b1, helping the king along the bottom rank, and then pushing the pawn forward should be winning. And now if rook comes here to try and give a checkmate supported by the bishop, then actually this is counter checkmate. And also you can just push the pawn, because now anytime Alexandra tries to checkmate you, you can just give up your queen and get a new one. Whew, what a game. And if d3, I guess, oh yeah. So here queen b3 is the only winning move. Because if you allow the pawn to advance, then black is good. So she essentially got lucky at the end? I don't know about that. The game is a full story in itself, right? Computers don't know what happened previously in the game, but for a human, like, Steven knows that he was under pressure for basically the entire game. And so he's more happy with a draw than he maybe should be, because he remembers all the emotions he went through when he was in big trouble. So you do get rewarded for putting so much pressure on the opponent over time, because it affects their barometer for what is a success. He felt a draw was a success because he was under pressure for such a long time. And even though he got the free rook, he had respect.
Proud of you. You know, do you want to come with me, let Alex work, or do you? I feel up to you. I mean, I want to go back and then join them at the bar. So
Hi, Hammer.
Hey, how are you feeling?
Well, I absolutely cooked him in the opening. It was incredible. So that was sick. Shout out to Musard for the line, and then I blundered. Shout out to Alex for the blunder, and then I recovered. And then I know it's a draw, and in my head I get these intrusive thoughts. I knew I didn't have to give up my rook. He probably could have won. So now that I kind of suicided at the end and I drew, now I feel good about it.
So if you hadn't blundered the rook, you would be unhappy, but since you gave away the rook... Oh, no, you didn't blunder the rook. You gave it away on purpose.
Yes, I thought, I was like, oh, there's no way he could like win this. I get intrusive thoughts and I don't know why I do it, and I keep telling myself I'll stop doing it, but then I just can't help trying to win, which I know is a flaw. And like, I'm spending the 1 minute I have on the clock debating with like the dark voices in my head, and somehow they always win. But in the future, they won't win.
You sure about that?
I've been struggling with the voices.
This was my TikTok.
Andrea's playing TikToks.
No.
Oh, is that your?
It was just a sad song.
Oh, I think Andrea's is sad.
We lost the camera.
Sorry. Anyway, I think the prep was incredible. I can't believe I played Queen H7 instead of Queen G6, but even then he was putting a lot of pressure on me, and I was getting scared. So overall, you know what? We take these, right?
Yeah. It was a good fight. Lots of a learning experience.
Where's the pep talk? I wouldn't mind company for a little longer. if
I really
Dino,
don't
if
want to.
Dino wouldn't mind staying. Okay, Andrea, you go. You guys can go if you want.
Stay. I'm happy to. Dina,
Sorry, I'm trying to not be alone for dinner. Andrea, are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just gonna go to my room. I'll meet you guys later. Dina will stay. Sure? Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, Hammer, so what do you think of the game? Good, bad?
I'm wondering if I'm out of a job.
I'm gonna be honest, like, I had to fix your prep here. And the only reason I even found the A4 line is because I ran into Jules and he saw me on my computer. He's like, "You're prepping?" I'm like, "Yes." And he's like, "Do you need help?" I was like, "Yes, I have a big problem here." And then he's like, "Easy, just play A5." And I was like, "Oh." And then I looked at the line and that was, I don't know, Hammer. It's I don't know what to say.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can read between the lines.
No, I'm not saying that. Just. No. Yeah. Andrea, you sure you don't want to stay with us all night?
I'll meet you later.
Okay.
I don't want to stay.
She's gonna be better.
I'd rather just.
This is Andrea.
You want to hear what I was listening to?
Or are you listening to?
I'm gonna share the song with chat. This is the anthem for today. 1 second. Wait for it. Wait, this isn't the one. Wait. Hang on, this is the wrong song. Hang on, wrong song. Hang on. Wait for drama. Hang on. Oh, 1 second.
All right.
Oh, come back, please.
Yep. Okay. On camera like this.
Almost there. By the way, my opponent's right there. That's the man who beat me.
You want me to get him for you? Yes. Get. I already started.
Where's the one line? This isn't the right lyric.
I'm not sure we can hear anything from that phone.
Try the best. Hang on.
If you send me a link, I can play it on my YouTube.
Playing Coldplay.
No, it was the line when you try your best,
but you don't
succeed.
Andrea, I feel you. I tilt badly
Get
too, but
what
we can
you
go
want, but not
later.
what you
Okay, go,
need.
sister.
I'm gonna go jump into.
Okay.
No.
When
well,
you're chewing.
No, I'm joking. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Will try.
No, we're just trolling. Don't worry. I'm okay.
And ignite your
we lost Andrea.
bones.
Anyway.
But I will try
Nice singer.
to fix you.
Have talent, Hammer.
Thank you, Dina.
Okay. Well, Hammer, I am hungry, so I'm gonna get some food. But tomorrow is the last game. It's at 11 a.m. So chat. Hopefully, we'll see you there, and hopefully, Andrea and I can both finish the tournament strong.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Good
Bye,
luck.
Hammer.
Bye.
Thank you.
Let me get out of this. She really tried to play Fix You. She didn't think we were gonna know Fix You if she said that's the song she listened to. How many people in chat would not know Coldplay if she said, "Am I old?" Coldplay is one of the greatest bands in the world. Okay, whatever. Oh, I forgot to mention the C word, but we talked about Coldplay instead. I guess that's fine. Yeah, Alexandra would probably benefit from castling more often, but what are you gonna do? There's a new opportunity tomorrow, and if you didn't catch it from Alexandra, I'll repeat it. Tomorrow's game is starting at 11 a.m. Iceland time. That is noon Central European and 7 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Pacific if you're mad. And that's going to be the final round of the tournament. So hoping to finish off strong. And that's it from me. This was quite a marathon for everyone. Yeah, it was, Mama Botez. It was an emotional roller coaster, a chess evaluation roller coaster. And we'll be back with more of the same tomorrow. See you then.